Call the meeting of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy to order. And welcome everybody. We're getting about 5-minute late start because a lot of things to organize today. As everybody's aware, we have a bit of a new committee structure and scope, and so we will walk our way through the first meeting under the new organization. Let me start by saying that, as many of you know, we have 3 new board members on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that the governor recently appointed. I will talk about each of them and introduce each one of them. At yesterday's Committee on Closing the Gaps, both Dr. Durga Agarwal and Dr. Dennis Golden were introduced. Durga is President and CEO of Piping Technology and Products in Houston, Texas, and earned his master's and PhD from the University of Houston in Industrial Engineering. He is not on this committee, but was with us yesterday and sat through our brief, succinct 4-hour new board orientation Monday afternoon. Next, he will, I guess, maybe be joining us later this morning because he does sit on this committee, is Dr. Dennis Golden. Dennis is from Carthage and earned his bachelor's and doctor of optometry from the University of Houston, and recently served on the Board of Regents for the U of H system and the Board of Trustees for Panola College. So he has a marvelous background in both community colleges and four-year institutions. And last but not least is Wallace Hall, who is president of Wetland Partners in Dallas. He is a 1984 graduate of the University of Texas. But despite that, we think he's going to make a good board member. He's a member of the St. Mark's School of Texas Board and a member of the Governor's Business Council. Wallace, would you like to say a few words?
I appreciate the opportunity to serve. I'm very excited about the work that we get the opportunity to participate in. I love education. I don't think there's anything more important to the success of our communities, the state, or the United States. And I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to participate, and I look forward to working with all of y'all.
Thanks, and welcome both to the board and this committee. We're looking forward to working with you. The next item on the agenda is my overview. There are a few things I want to advise the committee of that have happened since our last meeting. But first, let me remind everyone that our meeting is being broadcast over the Internet. So whatever you say is recorded forever. The first item I want to update y'all on is the strategic planning proposal. As the board discussed at our workshop July 28th, we've been seeking private funding to support the hiring of an outside consulting firm to assist with our strategic planning process. This will include the accelerated short-term plan to achieve the goals of closing the gaps by 2015. Secondly, laying the foundation for a longer-term plan that will position Texas as a national and international leader in higher education. And thirdly, the developing of a public information strategy that will create statewide urgency around the last years of closing the gaps and emphasis on a college-going culture in Texas. I'm pleased to announce that we've received a commitment from the Gates Foundation and possibly some other foundations to support our planning efforts. The Texas High School project will serve as the fiscal agent. We will issue an RFP within the coming days, and we hope to have a consulting firm selected before the end of October. We'll have a board selection committee that will be involved in the interviews and final selection of the consulting firm. In fact, that will be a 3-member committee, Chairman Ryder, myself, and Dr. Phillips. And we expect to have the strategic planning process completed by March 1st of 2010. Any questions regarding that before I move on? The second item I want to update everyone on is the governor's executive order regarding cost efficiencies. On September 9th, the governor issued an executive order on cost efficiencies. It directs the coordinating board, in cooperation with the our Texas institutions of higher education, to undertake a broad and comprehensive review of costs associated with higher education around the state. While the executive order includes health-related institutions, Our review will focus on the academic programs and operations of these institutions and not the hospitals operated by UTMB and MD Anderson, et cetera. The executive order is very much aligned with one of the components of our strategic planning outline, identifying how institutions can operate more efficiency and get more and better results, basically more bang for the buck. At the October board meeting, we will have the first of a series of representatives under our major issues agenda item dealing with cost and productivity issues. And the first will be a representative from the business community to talk about lean manufacturing and how this approach might well work in higher education institutions. And he'll be joined by a member of the state government of Iowa, where they've used lean manufacturing techniques with success in different agencies. She reports directly to the governor of Iowa, so we'll hear from her as well. The commissioner, in consultation with the board leadership, will appoint members to an umbrella advisory committee comprised of high-level stakeholders and 2 or 3, looks like probably 3 task force groups, which will be comprised of CB staff, institutional representatives that will study the specific areas listed in the governor's executive order. Our recommendations are due to the governor and the legislature and institutions on November 1st, 2010. So no moss will grow on this rolling stone. Any questions concerning the governor's executive order? Just a couple other things I want to touch on before we move into the agenda. You have at each of your places a spiky-looking set of graphs like this. This is part of a report that I've asked Susan and her staff to prepare for our quarterly meetings, and as we began to gather zip codes, I think November will mark 12 months since we began gathering zip codes for projects. We'll actually also be able to use our mapping tools to show the location of and the accumulation of projects. Briefly, what these graphs are intended to do is to show the quarterly submittals of facility requests by region, the 10 regions that the state is divided into. We're going to add a line that shows the state total as well the next time you see this. And then the second graph is the cumulative number of projects submitted by quarter. Again, we'll add a state total to this. The first 2 graphs are new construction, but they do include reapprovals. So another improvement we'll make is to net out the reapprovals, or net out the original approval amount so that it's not duplicated. And then the second pair of graphs is the same information for repair and renovation projects submitted by quarter. We have at this meeting approximately, including reapprovals, approximately $1.6 billion in facility approvals before us, a few of which are on the consent calendar. If this graph is through last quarter, so this quarter is not shown, that would certainly be a spike for new members like Wallace or those of you who haven't heard the figure before. And Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, but we probably average about $500 to $600 million per quarter in project approvals, approximately. Is that a fair estimate? So that is for your information, and if you have any questions about it, call Tom Keaton. Before we move on to the minutes, there is one other item. We had a certificate suitable for framing at our last meeting that was given to Mike Ellicott, but we didn't have a chance to recognize, make him stand up and embarrass him. So, Mike, if you would stand, we, as the Committee on Strategic Planning, just want to express, upon your recent retirement, our appreciation for all the good work you did, not only on behalf of Texas Tech University as Vice Chancellor for Facilities and Construction Planning, but also all the time and effort you gave to the coordinating board, to the institutions as a whole, and to improving facilities planning for the state in general. So, Mike, we appreciate all your good work and hope you enjoy your retirement.
I am already. Thanks.
All right. The next item is approval of the minutes from our June 23rd meeting. Are there any questions or discussion regarding the minutes? If none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion from Elaine to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The next item of consideration is approval of the consent calendar. And somewhere, I think I had a revised version of this. Items listed on the consent calendar are listed in your book on Agenda Item 3. We have received some comments on Item 4N26, so it is being removed from the consent calendar. Elaine, please remind me of that when we get there.
I will give my best shot.
The items on consideration, let's see, so those items on approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase that are on the consent calendar are, and they're shown as 1, 2, 3 on my script, but they're actually not 1, 2, 3 on the agenda. Under the committee projects, they are Texas A&M's renovation of its heat and power upgrade, which is item number 1. The University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, reapproval of its Research Park Complex Phase 2, which is item number 4 on the agenda under 4F. And item number 9 under 4F, the UTMB at Galveston renovation of the John Seeley Hospital modernization. Those items are on the consent calendar, as are, under item 4N, the following rules changes: 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 20, 25, 28, and 29. Any questions concerning those items on the consent calendar, or does anybody wish to pull any other items off the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for walking in just a little bit late, but I want to, is the North Texas State Football Stadium is that on consent?
It is not on the consent
Okay,
calendar.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or further discussion? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
We have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 4A is an update on facilities audits, and Gary Johnson, our Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, is going to give us an update on that.
Thank you. I wanted to just give a brief update on the facility audits. We have finished our first year of conducting the audits. The objectives of the audits are listed on the agenda item, and the institutions that were visited this past year are also listed on the agenda items. And if you turn to page 2 of the agenda item, there is a brief summary included as to the findings and the subsequent actions or follow-up audits that will be done at each one of these institutions that were visited this past year. And any questions about any of those, I'd be glad to answer those.
Committee members, do you have any questions regarding the institutions that were audited? These included Angelo State, University of Houston, U of H Clear Lake, Downtown and Victoria campuses, and the University of North Texas at Denton. Questions? If none, there's no action required on this item. Gary, thanks for your report. We will move to agenda item 4B next on the federal stimulus fund update. And David, are you going to give the report, or is Mark going to give the report?
Mark.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
I'm Mark Safirio. Up until about 2 weeks ago, I was still in recovery from the session, and then Dr. Alonzo asked me to be the ARRA coordinator for the agency. and
What'd
my
you
world
do?
has changed quite a bit.
Why'd you take off?
He went into relapse, right?
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't had time to think about relapse yet, but it's coming. First of all, as you well know, most of you know, before August of this year, we had assumed that we may be in control, designated responsibility to administer some of the governmental services fund of the Recovery Act. That was about $300 million, and we were preparing to put into place our plans as to how we were going to do that. On August 28th, we got a letter from the governor's office that basically was telling the Education Department that the coordinating board was going to administer the entire governmental services fund, which is $723 million. That was quite a shock to all of us, because that fund not only includes money that goes to the institutions for formula funding and incentive funding and some special projects in Section 25 of Article 12 of the budget, but it also includes money that goes to TEA for 2010 textbooks, and it also has about 6 state agencies that are getting funding. So not only do we have to administer the funding for the higher education institutions, we have some entities, recipients involved now that we haven't really worked with very closely, and they don't really know how we do things, and we don't really know how they do things. So we're in that discovery process right now, so we can gather up all the information that we need to carry out our considerable administrative and fiscal responsibilities under the Act for the Governmental Services Fund. When we were designated responsibility for the GSF, that made us the prime recipient for the fund and also the sole reporting entity for the fund. So anybody that receives an award from AURA has to submit a quarterly report to the federal government. It's a 1512 report, and it includes a vast amount of information as to how you spent the funds, what you did with it, the normal things you'd expect when you spend money and have to account for it. So what we have to do, in essence, is gather up all the information from all the other recipients of the fund and roll it into one report that's due every quarter and submit it to the federal government. That's going to be a considerable task. And the first report, by the way, is for the quarter ending September 30th. The report's due October 10th. We will have not expended any funds by September 30th. That's a guarantee. So we will report zeros for the first report due October 10th.
So filling it out should be pretty easy.
It should be pretty easy. I may be able to even do it. But after that, it's going to be quite different. But in some ways, we're fortunate that we do not have to file a report, because we can see what happens. It's going to be chaos, I would suspect. And as a result of this first reporting period for these funds, there's probably going to be a lot of additional federal guidance that's issued, and we can benefit from that federal guidance when we have to file our first report, which will be due for the quarter ending December 31st, sometime in January. So that's basically what we have to do. We are in the planning process of how we're going to do this. We're going to have an application process. There's a lot of details that are going to be worked out as we go along here, but we have to have a process to where these entities can report back to us the information that we have to report to the federal government. And we will do that, and we'll do a good job, and we're very enthusiastic about it, by the way.
Subtlety, Marcus.
We immediately assembled a team, an AURA work group team that consists of about 14 people in the agency, and we meet weekly, and most of the time we meet several times a week at this point. I think it's important to note the role that David Gardner has had in this process from the very beginning, and how appreciative the board and the agency should be to our Deputy Commissioner, Dr. Gardner. He was, before we found out we had the GSF fund to administer, David was meeting bi-monthly at the governor's office with all state agencies so the governor could keep control of how the agencies were going to report, make sure that everything was going to be done properly, and that we wouldn't have any findings basically from audits after the reports were filed. So David spent a considerable amount of time meeting and then delivering information to staff as to what was going to happen and the pre-audit process and things along those lines. So Dr. Alonzo wanted to make sure that David was properly thanked for his role. Now that we have the GSF, Dr. Alonzo will be the Deputy Commissioner that will be in charge of the ARRA activity. We have begun to get out information to the institutions of higher education. We sent them a memo and also a memo to the state agencies that basically told them we were responsible for the entire fund now, that they were going to have to be reporting to us, and that we will be getting them updated information as soon as we had it as to what the process would be to report the information. We participated in a CPA Controller's Office work group on Tuesday of this week. We were one of the presenters, the coordinating board, and we basically informed the institutions and the state agencies what our role was and what their role was, and that we were going to be the prime recipient, and they had to report to us, and that as we developed new plans and procedures, we'd be getting information to them. We're going to have a webinar next Monday, September 28th, here at the coordinating board, and we're going to update that information. By that time, we will know, we'll have the application completed that's going to be sent out to the institutions. They have to apply for the funding, and the reason they have to apply is because they have to agree basically to adhere to all the requirements and report all the information that we have to report. So that's going to be an application process, and that was kind of a surprise to them too. I mean, this for the most part, these are funds that they're used to getting in the form of general revenue. And what the state legislator did, they appropriated a portion of these funds as federal funds now in Article 12. So the biggest part of their, for instance, their formula funding, the biggest part's general revenue, but a little piece of it is now federal funding. So the requirements are a lot different for accounting and reporting and things along these lines. So we're going to be moving forward, and we're going to be keeping the board updated on what our progress is. Dr. Alonzo wanted me to say that he will be bringing to the AOC meeting, next quarterly meeting, an agenda item to amend the budget for this $723 million that the coordinating board has to administrate now. I probably left a lot of stuff out, but
do you want to clarify just once again that these are only the GSF funds, and that the...
Oh, yeah, that's an important point.
There is some doubt, confusion on the part of institutions.
Yeah, we, the coordinating board,
Also on the part of the committee members.
and I said this about, we said this about 5 times at the comptroller's work group on Tuesday. We are only responsible for administrating the Governmental Services Fund, $723 million that is clearly outlined in Article 12, and we got a schedule of what it's made up of. We are not responsible for any other direct grants or any other type of awards that the federal government, the many agencies of the federal government are making to institutions directly. That is their responsibility. They have to abide by all the federal requirements and regulations, and they have to probably, I'm sure they have to submit their own 1512 report quarterly. So the only thing we're responsible for is the governmental services fund. Period.
Are those GSF funds, do they include the $80 million in performance funding, the, I believe it was $147 million in formula funding, and $111 million in
That's right.
various projects, very specific projects that were listed in Article 12?
Right, there's 39 projects that were in Section 25 of Article 12, that some of them are going to institutions of higher education, and others are going to state agencies.
In the formula funding component that was funded by stimulus funds is also in what you're referring to as GSF?
That's correct.
Okay. So this was roughly more than a doubling of what we knew about and expected.
That's right. One thing I want to add, Mr. Chairman, is that it also includes $10 million in administrative compliance costs that's allocated to the governor's office, and $13 million to the for the TCEQ gets $13 million for the TERP program, which is
Emission reduction.
emission reduction program. So, I mean, that's a little odd. We have the governor's office as one of our recipients, and also these other state agencies, including TCEQ. So, we have a kind of a detailed list that we can get to you very quickly as to what the governmental services fund is made up of, and I want to say that that's the only thing we're responsible for.
Well, I mainly wanted the committee to understand kind of the scope, the magnitude of the increase of our scope, and how much of that was unexpected versus Article 12 expected. But that's what happens when the agency has such competent staff.
That's right.
Committee members, any questions? Dan was clapping over there.
Mr. Chair, as the money flows through us, Mark, will this come back through agency ops? I mean, what's going to be the process for that?
Well, that's a good question.
I don't know if we thought.
David, do you or Raymond have any thoughts on that? Since Arturo will be, I guess, primarily administrating
The
it.
funds actually are not going to flow all at one time because they're cost reimbursable funds. So as the institution expends their funds, then they will apply and then they will get reimbursed for their funds. So it's not here's your money.
But I think what Chairman Ryder is asking is, in terms of our oversight as a board, what will be the reporting function?
I think we'll clarify that at the AOC meeting in October. So we're going to present all of the information that we'll have from an application standpoint in October. And then I wish Dr. Alonso was here to kind of clarify that point, and maybe, Bill, you might want to come up if we need to. Since these are pass-through funds and they are being applied for, it gets back to board discretion on the funding. And Bill, you're the expert in that.
And what Dan just said is exactly the issue. There is, as far as we're aware at this point, very little, if any, discretion with these funds. We are tasked with the ministerial role of accounting for them, but if the board would like to have a report at every AOC meeting and subsequent board meeting, that could be done, but presuming that these funds involve no discretion on the part of staff, under our Board Rule 1.16, the staff could simply go forward and administer them and forego any reporting. It's completely up to you.
Let me see what other questions we've got, Bill. Brenda?
I know from the discussions I've had with Dr. Alonso so far, we will bring another operating budget to the Operations Committee in October.
Correct.
Obviously, that's something that needs to happen. Also, if you'll recall, the Operations Committee has put together a financial reporting packet that is reviewed every quarter. we are also integrating the federal funds piece into that packet. So we will have a monitoring and reporting tool, and that will also help clarify, the discretion and the pass-through and all of these components. I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but I know we're working on it. And finally, we are also going to have to look at the external audit and internal audit implications of the money as well.
We have the responsibility for not only administration, but ensuring that the reporting complies with the numerous federal reporting requirements.
Correct.
So we, in essence, we're being asked to be the quality assurance agency. So maybe that report could be like a big United Way thermometer. As the mercury rises, we'll see how much we're spending.
Mr. Chairman, there's one other point. We have applied for a part of that $10 million administrative compliance fund that the governor's going to divvy out, and we should have an answer on that within a few weeks. As to we asked for about $700,000, and that's on an annual basis for the additional staff that's going to be required. It's going to take a lot of work with this application process to gather the information back in, and so we've asked for a piece of that $10 million, and we'll get word on that.
Will we know that by the time we review for this at agency operations?
We should.
Okay.
I think the answer I got, it should be within a couple of weeks.
Well, if the allocation falls short, I hear Mike Ellicott has time on his hands.
That's right.
Any other questions regarding the stimulus fund report? All right. Gentlemen, thanks. To think we almost took this item off the agenda.
Mark, thanks for your work on it. It's labor and love on that. So.
Happy to do it.
Okay.
Next item is agenda item 4C, discussion of the report on the applied baccalaureate programs in Texas. And Dr. Vanessa Davis, our Assistant Director of Academic Programs, will give us an update on this report. This report was to have been sent out under separate cover. Do we have a copy of it at our?
Yes.
Okay. It should be in your stack of stuff.
Good morning.
Morning, Vanessa.
This report is the culmination of work that was done by the Applied Baccalaureate Task Force, which was made up of representatives from both community colleges and universities. That task force was chaired by Dr. Peter Goenda, who is the Dean of the University of Texas at Brownsville's College of Applied Technology and General Studies, and the Vice Chair was Dr. Richard Jolly, who is the Executive Vice President at Midland College. Staff used the discussions that took place during those meetings, and what you have in front of you is the results of that. A couple of things just to briefly draw your attention to, and then I can answer any questions you might have. Applied baccalaureate degrees are generally seen as tools for facilitating the transfer of technology and workforce credit into baccalaureate programs. So the target audience here are students who have an applied associate's degree. Oftentimes those are adults who are working full-time and who, for career advancement reasons, wish to go ahead and obtain a baccalaureate degree and would otherwise lose a great deal of their credit in the transfer process. These degrees exist at around 39 states across the United States. They've existed in Texas since the 1980s. We've seen a steady rise in the number of institutions that offer them, as well as the number of graduates. Since 1989, we've seen a 58% increase in the number of applied baccalaureate degrees that have been awarded. They exist at 24 of our institutions. 21 of those are universities, and then at the 3 community colleges that are statutorily allowed to offer baccalaureate degrees, Midland, Brazosport, and South Texas. A number of these schools have these degree programs online. They really are geared, for the most part, for adult learners that wish to return and complete a baccalaureate degree. We have about 3 million adults over the age of 25 in Texas that have some college credit and no degree, according to the 2006 community studies done by the U.S. Census Bureau. This dovetails very nicely with a couple of things that we're currently working on here at the Coordinating Board. If you were in the Closing the Gaps Committee meeting yesterday, you heard mention that a piece of the Accelerated Action Plan is looking at how do we get adults to go back to school and complete their degrees. This degree, a number of our institutions are using as a tool for that already. In addition, we've recently started an initiative where we sent letters out to students that had amassed 100 or more semester credit hours but had no bachelor's degree yet. We sent out a little over 1,100 letters to those students. We developed a website that we have up. It's you can access it from the front page of the Coordinating Board's home site that has a list of institutional representatives who are ready to talk to students who want to go back and finish their degree. Many of those institutional representatives that show up on that site work with the applied baccalaureate programs at their institutions. So it dovetails very nicely with what we're already doing. Just a couple of other things, and then if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Of special note to you, besides the fact that this dovetails very nicely with what we're doing with the 100-plus semester credit hour students and the Accelerated Action Plan, we believe that this also would work very well with online degree programs, and a number of our institutions are already doing that. 8 of the institutions already have placed their entire applied baccalaureate programs online. University of Texas at Brownsville has several tracks of their program that's online, and several other institutions are doing so. And then one other thing to maybe make you a little aware of. During 2008, which is when we have the most recent numbers, we had 1,376 students that graduated with an applied baccalaureate degree. That's a small number percentage-wise compared to the amount of students that graduated otherwise, but it is part of a continued increase in the number of students that are choosing this route at our institutions. So we're seeing increased popularity, we're seeing increased national attention given to this type of degree. There was a national report that was done by Barbara Townsend earlier this year. I received a phone call the other day from the Oregon Department of Higher Education because their legislature has asked them to look at the applicability of this degree in their system. So it's something that there is continuing to be national focus on, especially as more and more emphasis is being placed nationally on the importance of getting adults who have college credit to go back and finish those degrees. And we think this could be a very good tool.
Thank you, Vanessa. Are there any questions from the committee members?
I have a question.
Heather?
How did we identify the 1,100 students that received letters?
Well, we started with a list of 44,500 that have over 100 semester credit hours but no bachelor's degree. And then we matched that with the with our loan database, and from that we were able to glean about 1,100 addresses. So there's still a large segment of those students that we're trying to figure out how to get in touch with. But we have 44,500 students in actuality that have 100 semester credit hours or more and no bachelor's degree.
So you only have 43,400 more to go.
Yep.
One thing
That's what I stay awake nights thinking about.
One thing that we were able to do is, for those students that we do not have their address, we sent back to their institution, the last institution we found them at, saying, you have these students out there that have over 100 hours. You know, you may want to contact them because of this sort of thing. We don't have the addresses for all of them, so that's all we could do on that end.
I think it's important to add that before this, that Susan and her staff actually sent out information on these students to institutions across, but many of them have already gotten students back in place. So there are efforts going on, and Raymond mentioned, I believe it's UT Pan American yesterday has had some success.
Several schools have, and we've even been getting calls from the students that we sent letters to. I talked to a young woman last week who was at the University of Texas at Austin and stopped out because she had a family. and she had gotten the letter and wanted to talk to someone here. And we spent about 20, 30 minutes talking about what her options were and who she should contact at UT so that she could go back. She's about 3 classes short of finishing her degree.
What a great example. Yeah.
This may be important for us to consider in our communication campaign, to reaching out to these. If we have 44,000 people,
That's
could
a
potentially-
sub-market, a target market,
Yeah,
to go to
definitely.
those folks with 100 hours. Any other questions? I did have one additional question, Vanessa. Does this report meet the requirements that was in the legislation?
24, 25?
Yes.
No, sir, it does not. However, some of this information undoubtedly will make its way into that report on the community college baccalaureate programs.
The scope of this report has not yet reviewed the BATs at the community colleges.
No, sir, this looked at all applied baccalaureates in Texas, those at both the universities and at the community colleges. We're actually starting site visits this Sunday night. I'll be in Midland, and we'll be starting site visits of the 3 community colleges, and we're using a team of out-of-state consultants to assist us with that.
Okay. For our new members, there are 3 community colleges that approximately 3 or 4 sessions ago were allowed to offer baccalaureates, Bachelors of Applied Technology, or BATS, and that was Midland College, South Texas College, and
Brazosport
Community College. And there's great interest in that, particularly on the part of key members or various members of the legislature, and as to its effectiveness. And we're seeing other states. Miami-Dade County, I think, has a pretty large program.
Florida has the most community colleges that offer bachelor's degrees.
So that's still a work in progress, that bottom line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions? This is just an informational item, so Vanessa, appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Great report. Really well done.
Next, we will move to Agenda Item 4D, a report on the Higher Education Policy Institute. And Dr. Blanca Plaza-Snyder will present a summary of her research on state policies that have the potential to increase Hispanic participation and success in higher education. Members, the report was included in your materials.
Good morning.
Blanca, welcome.
Thank you. What I'm presenting today is one part of a larger project. The second piece being the opportunity to try to glean policy implications from the academic literature on Hispanic student participation and success. However, for today, I will be reporting on results from a policy inventory. And the purpose of this policy inventory was to examine states that are similar to Texas in terms of having a large or rapidly growing Hispanic population. And specifically, 13 states were inventoried to examine the policies used to increase college access for underserved students, and then be able to compare those policies with those that we have here in the state. Now, following the results of this, Texas is doing a very good job. Texas has made aggressive efforts to increase the number of underrepresented minorities in higher education, as evidenced by the breadth and the number of policies that are in place and have been put in place to help achieve the Closing the Gaps goals. For example, substantial financial aid has been put in place for underserved students, Texas Grant, early high school graduation scholarship, as well as lots of emphasis on college readiness standards. And that's just to name a couple of examples. And so overall, Texas has excelled in its own efforts to improve Hispanic participation and success. However, what we're finding is Hispanic students in the state continue to remain at a disadvantage in their ability to navigate the college-going process, as well as to gain access to post-secondary education. So the goal is that this report will hopefully present Texas policymakers with an opportunity to learn from other states with the higher growing Hispanic population, a similar population to Texas, to see what they've implemented and thereby be able to help Texas expand our own efforts here in the state. So I'm going to go ahead and just discuss some of those recommendations. The first of these looks at institutional collaboration. And the idea would be to recommend an opportunity to facilitate collaboration between 2- and 4-year institutions to be able to bring upper division and bachelor degree programs to areas that are geographically convenient to where student populations are already being served by public community colleges. building on other collaborative work that is already going on in the state, for example, Northwest Houston, this particular proposed policy would be a way to expand on these efforts. An example of this in one of the states that was inventoried was in Illinois, and they have the Illinois Collaborative Baccalaureate Degree Development Grant, and this bill is currently has been sent to the governor. And the goal is to do just that, is to provide this seed money for 4 years and 2 years to create partnerships to bring these upper division and bachelor degree programs to more geographically convenient locations, with the idea that then these partnerships, the institutions are required to continue investing in those partnerships to continue growing such programs. The following 4 recommendations that I'm going to discuss are intended to be viewed independently. However, ideally, together, they create a really nice model for increasing college access as well as for creating a college-going culture in the high school setting. The first of these is information dissemination to students. And the recommendation is to develop a pre-college information newsletter to be distributed to 9th to 12th graders, with each year getting appropriate information. And ideally, if the funds are available, to be able to start this in 8th grade would even be better to encourage early college knowledge and early college awareness. An example of this in one of the states inventoried is in West Virginia, in which they currently have the Education Connection newsletters, and they distribute this 3 times a year to their seniors. So our recommendation is to expand this again to increase early college awareness and early college knowledge. And the information is related to deadlines for ACT, SAT, as well as financial aid. The second of these 4 recommendations looks at college planning, and the idea is to expand on Senate Bill 1031 from the 80th legislature and to fund the district-wide administration of a preliminary high school readiness exam to all 8th graders, for example, the ACT Explorer, and a preliminary college admissions exam, either the PSAT or the ACT Plan, to all 10th graders in Texas public classrooms during the school day. Example of this has been in Florida, and since Florida began requiring these exams for their students, there has been substantial increases in the number of Latino and African American students taking these 2 exams in the last 10 years, which has been...
Can you quantify that, Blanca?
Sure. Well, the legislature in 1999 began funding it, but did not require it till 2004. So the data to have is between 1999 and 2008, and within that time, 21% of Latinos and African Americans were taking it in 1999, and now 66.8% taking it in 2008. 6.8% in 2008.
Dr. Snyder, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When statistics like that are reported, they reflect only the students that are still in school. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And they make no account of the total population that should be moving along but drops out.
Correct. Yeah, and the data was taken from when they started this in 2004. They required the state to do evaluation. So actually, on their Florida Department of Education website, they have an evaluation showing the progress that they have made in increasing the number of minority students taking these exams. But yes, you're right. It's based on the data of students that are currently in the high school.
Well, I hope that any research reports that you do will make note of the fact that this percentage represents only the ones who remain in school.
Sure.
Thank you.
And Blanca, just out of curiosity, is there also a correlation then to increases in the number of students attending college as opposed to just taking the exams?
The data, at least when I was looking, I didn't see that data, but they did have data just showing ACT and SAT exam taking, and that has increased over the last 8-9 years as well. And Hispanics actually in Florida outperform Hispanics across the state on the SAT and the ACT. So that's interesting data. I can find that out for you to see if they have that in the evaluation. The third piece, or the third recommendation from these 4, looks at college readiness, with the idea being to investigate how the ACT and the SAT college examinations may be embedded into the end-of-course structure for 11th graders. An example of this is in the state of Illinois, and during the junior year, during 11th grade, all juniors are required to take, at public institutions, the Prairie Illinois Achievement Test, and within that is embedded the ACT. So not only are students assessed for the state purposes, but they also come away with that exam with tangible ACT scores that they can then give to colleges or universities for which they are applying. And finally, the final recommendation pertains to financial aid, with the goal being to continue funding Need Plus Merit scholarships, for example, the Texas Grant. But in addition to that, to add a college planning component. For example, in West Virginia, they have what they call the Promise Scholarship, which in essence promises students who meet certain requirements, both based on need and merit, a full scholarship to a public institution in the state. However, what you'd like to expand on that and say, well, that's wonderful that you make this promise to students. However, you need to also guide them through the process so that they know what they need to do to actually get there. They need to fill out the FAFSA, they need to take out the SAT or ACT, they need to fill out the college applications. So sort of giving them that two-part process. We're going to give you the money, but we're also going to guide you to that point so that they can actually attain the money. And those were the results of this particular part of the project, and I thank you all for listening to this presentation. Are there any additional questions?
Mr. Chairman, are you aware, or did you come across is there any state that requires high schools to fill out the FAFSA for their students and make sure that they have one?
That was out of the scope of this particular study, so I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you.
Any further questions, members? Blanca, thank you for the report. Good information. All right, we'll next move to agenda item 4E. There are 3 projects on our agenda for consideration of recommendation to the full board by this committee. The first project is a request from Texas A&M University System, the Texas A&M University System's Health Science Center, to construct a health profession education center in Round Rock. Welcome, Nancy. Dr. Nancy Dickey, Vice Chancellor for Health Affairs with Texas A&M University System, will provide us an overview of this project.
Thank you, Chairman Hildenfeld. Health Science Center is seeking approval of the board to purchase the Health Professions Education Building in Round Rock, Texas. Several years ago, the coordinating board identified a projected shortage of physicians in the state, and furthermore suggested the most cost-effective way to meet this need was to grow the smaller colleges of medicine. And to that end, our College of Medicine is in the process of expanding its class size from 80 to 200 students. In fact, we admitted 150 this fall. Additional education space is required to accommodate the increased class size and additional faculty as well. The building we're discussing will be used as home base for 3rd and 4th year medical students conducting their clinical education in Round Rock and the surrounding community medical facilities. The colleges of nursing and pharmacy will also be expanding their programs and establishing presence in the Round Rock community. Last year, the coordinating board approved a 25-year ground lease of approximately 12 acres of, the Regents approved a 25-year ground lease of approximately 12 acres of land in the Round Rock campus to the Facilities Development Group, and a 25-year build-to-suit lease in which FDG agreed to construct a building of about 130,000 square feet and lease it back to the system in support of the clinical teaching, education, and administration. The lease agreement passed through the state's bond review board and this coordinating board, so it has gotten a great deal of review over the time of the building. The build-to-suit lease contains an option to purchase the building for a price equal to the amount necessary to pay off and discharge the construction loan plus closing costs. Well, the economy has changed since we originally drew up the build and lease. Just a bit, yes, tremendously, actually. The building this morning was 91% complete, and the Health Science Center now desires to exercise the option and purchase the building. Following your action today, we're prepared to take that recommendation to the A&M Board of Regents. In accordance to the purchase option, the purchase price will not exceed $55 million. It is supported by 2 fair market appraisal valuations of $55.6 million and $60.7 million. What you see over here is the master plan of the 50 acres. I keep having people ask me what's going to go in those other buildings, and I'm just interested in the first building. So you see an arrow pointed at the building in the upper right corner. This next slide is a little closer view All this rain you've gotten, I understand, means that catchment pond actually has water in it. I'm going to have to drive by and see that. The building then is the one that's kind of in the center of the picture here. Next slide. This is a representative floor plan. The 4 floors in this building include clinical space. They include a large simulation laboratory center, which is increasingly important in educating health profession students, some administrative space, and some traditional small group classroom space. And this is a picture of the building within the last couple of weeks. The inset is what we anticipate it to look like. Because of the changes in the economy, we're coming to request your approval of us exercising the option and actually purchasing the building. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And Nancy, let me just interrupt for a second to tell our new members, Dennis and Wallace, that typically at these meetings where we were looking at facilities, there'll be a handout of the PowerPoint presentation. And so if you haven't found that, you should have one for each of the projects that we're looking at today. Any questions for Dr. Dickey regarding the project?
I have a couple of questions. I want some clarification. I understand that you're going to, at the present time, you're educating first and second year students at the central campus in Bryan, as well as about 40 students over at Scott and White, which I think started last year. Is that correct?
First and second year students started 2 years ago in Temple, so we have first and second year students in both Bryan College Station and Temple. Yes, sir.
Started about 2 years ago.
Correct.
So you're dividing your first and second year classes between your Bryan College Station campus and your Scott and White campus in Temple. Is that correct? Okay. So there will be no first and second year students in this facility. You'll transfer your third and fourth year students, to a certain number of them, to this facility for their clinical training. And you'll keep, I assume, the rest of them at Scott and White and affiliated clinics for the
And in Bryan College Station.
And in Bryan College.
So we have 3 clinical campuses now.
What hospital affiliations do y'all have or are anticipating in having in association with the clinical facilities that will be
We currently have affiliation agreements with the Scott and White Round Rock facility, the Seton facility that opened about a year ago, and the St. David's Round Rock facility, so approximately 650 beds.
And this is all in the Round Rock area?
Yes, sir.
Will any of these hospital affiliations extend into the Austin area?
The only affiliations we have in Austin proper are with the Austin State Psychiatric Hospital and Shoal Creek, which is a psychiatric hospital, at their invitation. And in fact, we have specifically tried to assure that we would stay in Williamson County and would only come into Austin if there was a facility that didn't currently have students and wanted the opportunity to have some teaching, and at their invitations.
At what point in time do you anticipate meeting your benchmark of admitting 200 students into your medical school? I've seen a gradual increase in enrollment here from, I think, 80 to about 125 about 2 years ago, and then you're projecting an enrollment of 200 students into your entry level class. And what year do you anticipate that occurring? And number one, and number two, do you have enough of a broad-based patient? Tell me and convince me that you've got enough of a broad-based patient population to support this enrollment, which I don't think that'd be hard for you to do, but I'd like to hear.
We, as I said, admitted 150 students this fall, and while we were extraordinarily well taken care of by the legislature comparatively, we weren't fully funded for the expansion, and so we're going to stop at 150 until the next legislative session, because obviously we need funds for faculty and the other accoutrements that come with the expansion. So it will depend on legislative funding. The adequate clinical base now covers Brazos County and the surrounds, Temple at Bell County, which has over 600 beds and has routinely taken the 80 students per class and done all of their clinical training, and now Williamson County and the surrounds that have approximately 650 beds. The Liaison Committee for Medical Education has been here almost every 6 months. We are getting to know them extraordinarily well as we have been expanding, and we have shared with them the bed capacity, the variety of beds that are there. The two areas that we, like other both medical and nursing education, are occasionally challenged with are pediatric beds. Scott and White has a pediatric facility, hospital within a hospital. And we have an affiliation with Driscoll Children's Hospital in Corpus Christi, where many of our students have gone. We will continue to use those. The other one is psychiatric, and so we were very pleased to have the extended affiliation. Outpatient psychiatric is not a problem. Our communities are screaming for additional outreach, but inpatient is sometimes a challenge, so those two affiliations in Austin now give us inpatient extension. Without saying it, you are perhaps concerned we have other medical students in Austin proper. UTMB has always taken their students back to Galveston for their inpatient psychiatric training. We talked about this with Dr. Callender to be sure we weren't using facilities that others felt that they needed. Up to the 150 students, we feel we are well taken care of and actually believe there's plenty of capacity there to absorb the additional 50 when we're funded to do that.
One other question, if I could, Mr. Chairman. Did you increase your tuition for medical students this past year? I know the medical schools and professional schools have the ability to charge differential tuition, and that doesn't. And just because you went up, Texas A&M may have gone up. That doesn't necessarily mean that the tuition for medical students went up.
Correct, and
So
I'm
I'd
sorry,
like to
I'm
know
looking at my chief financial officer.
How much of this is going of this additional expense and your expansion that's related to your expansion is going to be absorbed on the backs of students?
Nancy, do you want to ask your chief financial officer to come up?
I would love to. Dr. Nelson. I know we went up a little bit. I also know we are the second lowest in the state in terms of medical school tuition and fees. Do you remember the percentage, Barry? Dr. Barry Nelson, my chief financial officer.
The Board of Regents actually capped the fees for the system, and there was a small increase, about 1.5% for the medical students. Nursing went up slightly more because it's kind of a startup situation with them. So.
But the expansion is not expected to lead to a significant increase in tuition and fees. I've actually said that the numbers of students in health professions are fairly small, so we would have to almost double their tuition and fees to see an impact. I said that to the students once, and they said, fine, why don't you quit charging us any? I didn't mean quite that, but so frankly, the largest part of this falls on the state because the formula funding, when you catch up, the formula funding runs a couple of years behind, and that's why you see all of us coming to the legislature asking for startup costs for a significant expansion so that you can hire the faculty, hire the equipment, or buy the equipment, and then the formula funding and hopefully the research funding and philanthropy will catch up with it. We certainly couldn't do it without the students' tuition and fees, but we don't anticipate increasing those significantly as a result of increasing.
One additional question quickly, if I could, Mr. Chairman. Is your emphasis still on primary care, areas of primary care medicine?
We continue to emphasize primary care. Like every medical school in the state, of course, our students have the freedom to choose where they will go. We usually have approximately 45% of our class enter primary care residencies. That doesn't mean they finish that way. Many who go into internal medicine and pediatrics then end up in subspecialty training. I think we end up with around 30% of our class ultimately practicing primary care.
Did I mention we have a medical doctor on the board now?
I'm going to have to keep myself sharp. He has all the right questions.
He has all the right questions. Any questions, Wallace?
I just have a quick question. Is 200 the maximum capacity of this facility?
No, our aim at 200 was that at the time the shortage was predicted, our jump from 80 to 200 would supply one-third of the shortage the state had. 200 is approximately the size of the 4 UT schools, and it was a number that worked well for spreading the clinical over 3 campuses. Whether that ultimately was 220, or even slightly higher than that, I think continues to be open to what the needs of the state are, and how we can help meet those.
And just as a follow-up, are you anticipating, I know it's just a rendering that your architects prepare for you, but is there a need for additional structures to be built to get the capacity, to reach the capacity within this building? In other words?
No, we can go to 200 students with this building. When we decided to expand into Round Rock, we needed a campus, and a local family donated some land and made some land available at a well below market price. So we have 50 acres, which will be there, whether it's other health professions like nursing and pharmacy to expand, or whether this ultimately became a full 4-year campus with basic science facilities. But the expansion to 200 students and the clinical emphasis that will be there can be absorbed in this one building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do y'all have a pharmacy school?
Yes, sir. In Kingsville.
Kingsville, okay. That's the reason.
We have a very strange campus, Dr. Golden.
Yeah.
Any further questions from any of our other members? If none, the board will entertain a motion to approve staff's recommendation that we recommend this project for approval to the full board.
I so move.
Motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Elaine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you,
Thank you
Nancy.
very much.
The second project is a request from the University of Texas at Austin to construct a new College of Communication building. David Ray, Campus Planning and Facilities Managing Director with the University of Texas, and Bob Borowski from the Office of Facilities Planning and Construction, their Regional Program Manager with the UT System Office, are here to provide an overview. You don't have to wait for me to finish the script to sit down. It's okay.
Good morning.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Actually, David couldn't be here today. He's out ill, but with me is Roger Cart, who's the Dean of the College of Communication. He can answer questions specific to the programmatic functions of the facility. Next slide, please. The new building will be located in the northwest corner of the campus, a gateway location at the corner of Guadalupe and Dean Keaton Street, across from the existing College of Communication complex. Next slide, please. This new building will consolidate all of the College of Communication classes, 40% of which are in other buildings on campus. The project consists of a 5-story, 120,000 gross square foot state-of-the-art facility that will contain multi-use classrooms, offices, research labs, performance, production, and broadcast studios. The facility also includes approximately 20,000 gross square feet of shelled space for future use by KUT Radio. The facility is being designed to promote sustainable building methods with a goal of achieving LEED Silver certification. And as shown on the slide, a future bridge is shown to connect the new building to the existing College of Communication complex across Dean Keaton Street, should funding become available. As part of this project, Graduate and International Admissions Building will be demolished, and the occupants will be relocated to renovated space in the nearby Walter Webb Hall. Next slide, please. Designed by the Lawrence Group Architects of Austin, the building maintains the tripartite elements, limestone-like base and UT Austin brick blend found throughout the campus. At the same time, the south face of the new building mirrors the architectural vocabulary of the nationally recognized O'Neill Ford Design Communication Building A, and the KUT space reflects the Metal Panel Communication Building B, reinforcing the mini-campus feel to the space. Plaza on the south side welcomes students from the existing complex and visitors to the campus from Guadalupe Street, and is designed to provide a lawn area from which to view the performance studio in the KUT space. Next slide, please. The project meets all the coordinating board requirements except for classroom space usage efficiency. UT Austin has submitted a plan of action for coordinated board-approved project to address the issue and demonstrate progress towards meeting the requirement. Any questions?
Members?
Mr.
Dr.
Chairman, I'm concerned about your attempt to utilize both your existing building and your new structure and to connect those by an overhead crossway. Is that what you're projecting to do? I mean, or is that what you're proposing to do? To utilize both
Yes,
the
we are.
existing facility in conjunction with the new facility?
Dean Hart can speak to the tremendous growth that's occurred in the college over the last few years. The existing facility is...
I support that. I'm concerned about is that, and I'm not familiar with that area of the campus. Is that road a traffic road, or is that road closed off?
Extremely busy thoroughfare.
Okay, well, I'm concerned about the safety as well as you all are, or you would be proposing this walkway. Now, that's not part of this proposal. Is that correct?
That's right.
The overhead walkway is not.
Not at this time.
Proving that.
Well, further down the street, actually the next block down, there's been traffic calming elements put in place where the lighting is set up such that the students can cross all at the same time. And so working with the city, we've worked out what the interim solution is, which is the traffic calming. But the long-term goal will be to have that connection as much for efficiency for staff moving back and forth as it would be for student safety.
Have you explored the possibility of getting a grant, maybe from the Department of Transportation, to help fund that walkway?
We have not.
Has there been any look?
Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion. We've actually been doing, the dean has been doing a good deal of fundraising efforts towards getting that bridge funded, and may be able to speak to that.
All you need is about one or two of those kids hit on that busy street, and then we've got a problem.
That's certainly something we would like to do.
I'm sure that y'all are concerned about that. And y'all are looking, you're doing what you can to eliminate any undue safety concerns that we all would have. There's no way that road can be blocked off. I'm not familiar at all with it. Is it just too much traffic?
Yes. It is a major east-west thoroughfare within the city of Austin.
Is it a city? Is it owned by the city?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It's not owned by the university then?
It is not. We would like to, but no, it's a major east-west thoroughfare within the city.
So
A lot of folks travel on that.
That's not going to be a viable option then. Your most likely option is the walkway, red walkway.
There are other classroom buildings along this same street, are there not?
There are, yes. As I said, the next 2 blocks down have intersections that a lot of kids cross, and without incident. They've been set up, as I said, the lighting, such that they can all cross at a certain time. So it's definitely it's an issue of concern that's being addressed within the means we have available right now.
It may be very well part of the culture of the University of Texas that students do walk across these places, and they may be accustomed to doing so in a safe manner. Do y'all have any overhead walkways anywhere else on the campus?
As a matter of fact, we do just east of this location, one that was constructed many years ago, actually about in the 1970s.
Okay, I certainly see where you have the need. I haven't questioned that. That's not my reason for stopping and asking the questions. My question and concern is, have we thought through this whole process to make sure that if we're going to interconnect these two facilities, is it going to be done in such a way that can be utilized efficiently and also safely? Y'all are assuring me
We absolutely do, yes.
Y'all are assuring me that that's the case?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Any other questions, members?
I just have one quick question. On the line item, environmental development, is that the cost associated with the lead recognition?
I'm sorry, you're looking at the coordinated application?
If I'm looking at the right one. Right, there's $150,000 budgeted for the environmental development.
I'm sorry, I do not have...
We have, in our project briefing sheets, Bob, we've got a summary budget.
I'm aware of that. I do not know right now if that $150,000 is specific to what you're asking. Just look back here and answer. This is Severine Hall, is the senior project manager for the project.
Yes.
$150,000 for the...
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, the $150,000 in our budget is to abate asbestos and lead in the GIA building that's being demolished. And we had a site environmental assessment done that identified the possibility of underground storage tanks from a gas station located at that corner between 1940, 1960, maybe even before that time period. So that's our budgeted allocation to remediate in the event we find contamination at that location.
So to answer your question, no.
Okay.
So the administrative costs for the lead submittal will be within the AE fee line item. We have our AE, our architect, do the submission, and so that's where those
Out of
costs-
curiosity, do you know what that number is for the leads approval?
No, I don't.
We can provide that
Okay,
information
that'd be
for you
great.
if you'd like.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, we don't have that separated out.
In general, studies show that LEED certification adds from 2% to 5% to the construction costs overall, not just the paperwork process. I mean, you may be aware of that already, but depending on the level of certification, if you're going for silver, gold, or platinum.
Do we have, as a board, an opinion or a position on LEED certification for for projects in general?
We don't have any policy position on it. Many of our institutions, in fact, I would say most of our institutions are pursuing LEED certified projects, particularly since the institutions are the very essence of long-term owners. They're in a position, more so than private developers, to look at the payback period on energy efficiency and other things that come from LEED. But that question has arisen before. I know at least one institution in a cost savings effort is looking at continuing to specify LEED qualifying materials and design features, but not go through the cost of the application process to actually get the certification.
The University of Texas at Austin has established LEED Silver for all new buildings on their campus as part of their sustainability policy.
Is that under the governor's orders, right? The governor's order.
Yeah, that may be something that's reviewed under the governor's new executive orders. That presents an array of cost efficiency areas. But good question.
Thank you very much.
One more question that I've got. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on you mentioned in your presentation that you submitted a plan of action to improve the classroom space usage efficiency factor.
Yes, I can. The person who would be more expert in that is David, who couldn't be here this morning, but we did submit a plan of action that I believe staff found acceptable. Some of the elements of that plan are to improve the current class scheduling system to better match class enrollments to classroom size, study enhancement options for the existing automated scheduling system, and then there is a soon-to-be-released recommendations from an enrollment management task force related to class size and facility usage. One of the conundrums that the university is dealing with is that they've stated a policy and intention to reduce classroom size to better the faculty-to-student ratio. The challenge is the existing physical plant has a large number of large classrooms, and so then it will require renovating those classrooms into smaller classrooms to marry up or match up with smaller classroom sizes, and so that will have to catch up over time.
Does the studio space count against impact the classroom utilization?
It does impact it.
I thought that might be perhaps part of it, but staff has reviewed and is happy with the plan.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Could I ask a question? What's your enrollment in your communication college? You may have already missed it, but did you?
It's about 4,200.
4,200.
And I came to the university in 1979, and the dean at the time said he was a little concerned about space pressures. And we were about 1,700 students at that time, and now 4,200. So he was right.
Dean Clark, we don't usually get the users of these facilities. Is there anything else you'd like to add about this project?
Well, this is a 30-year labor of love for me and for the faculty there, and we're delighted that the Belo Foundation of Dallas granted us the ability to move this forward, and then the university and the regents have helped as well. So this is a very important moment, and we produce a lot of terrific young people, but we have not served them well with the facilities that we've had especially for the last 20 years. So
I'm guessing that it must be one of the largest communication colleges in the country.
Yes, it is. Michigan State is close, but we have a lot of little Longhorns running around.
You had to put it that way, right?
Michigan State people, though, that takes them an extra 10 seconds because their teeth are chattering to communicate. You call the question? All right. The board will entertain a motion to approve recommendation of this project to the board.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion from Dr. Phillips. Is there a second?
I'd second it, and also I'd like to extend my congratulations to you all.
Thank you.
Bringing forth a successful building, which I can somewhat appreciate the effort and hard work and years of dedication and making this come to reality. Congratulations. I second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. We have a second. All in favor of the motion, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you all.
The next project, the third project on our list, is a request from the University of North Texas to construct a new football stadium. In fact, the Mean Green is going to construct the first green stadium in the country. Rich Escalante, Vice Chancellor for the University of North Texas, is here to provide an overview of this project. And Dr. Gretchen Batali, President of the University of North Texas, and Andrew Harris, Vice Chancellor for Finance, are also here and available. Because my firm is working with their construction manager, Manhattan Construction, and pursuing a potential subcontract, I am going to recuse myself from this discussion. I'm going to take the pretty pictures with me, and I'm going to turn the gavel over to our Vice Chairman, Elaine, to conduct the discussion on this matter.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Gretchen Bataille, and I thank you all for the opportunity to appear before the committee to seek your recommendation for the construction of our new football stadium. You already were introduced to Rich Escalante and Andrew Harris. Also with us is Rick Villarreal, who is our athletic director, and Renard Kirby, who is Associate Vice Chancellor for System Facilities. As you probably know, improving our athletics program through a new stadium is significantly important for us at this time, but it goes hand in hand with the improvement of our academic facilities. I frequently talk to groups and talk about the 3 A's of higher education: academics, arts, and athletics. And of course, at UNT, we have a strong reputation in academics and the arts, and we are constructing the stadium to have the facility we believe complements other facilities on campus, such as our life sciences building and our new business leadership building, both of which are in various stages of construction. The proposed stadium will seat in excess of 28,000 fans, and it was designed originally to have 22 suites. We have changed that to 21 suites, and that also includes our touchdown terrace, corporate decks, and end zone seating. When we add all of this, the stadium will seat about 30,000. It will also have the amenities and features that are found in all modern stadiums. It will be ultimately expandable to 50,000 seats. You see a fact sheet displayed on the monitor, and when I complete my comments, I'll ask Rich Escalante to make a couple of corrections to the materials that were submitted to you earlier. We are indeed proud of sustainable features in this new facility. We will be seeking gold certification for this facility through the LEED program, and we are quite confident that we will have the first college football stadium with Gold LEED certification. Our existing stadium was opened in 1952. It does not have any modern amenities. The infrastructure is aging. It's becoming less reliable. We have to use an awful lot of additional resources on every game day, and it does not meet accessibility standards. It is well past the time for us to build a new stadium. We know that any major development takes many, many supporters. Our students supported an athletic fee to pay for nearly half of this project. The legislature has approved the fee, and the Board of Regents has approved the project and the financing plan. Additionally, we are very cognizant of the concerns of neighbors of any university, and certainly of one where traffic could be a problem. We have met with the neighborhood committee. The neighborhood, about 70 people showed up,
and we are putting together and have put together a neighborhood committee, and we're working with the neighborhoods to refine a traffic plan that will ensure that our new building does not get in the way of the lives of those who surround it. I'll ask Rich now to update you on the materials you have in your book, and then Andrew Harris will address the financing of the stadium.
As you know, we bring these applications to you while design is still underway. And in this case, your football stadium facts show 22 suites. Actually, we're going to be constructing 21 suites. And the application had a lower figure. The figure that's shown for square footage in this fact sheet that you have before you is the correct figure. The cost did not go up, so the cost per square foot has come down. It just is as we progress with the design. And I believe Andrew Harris will now address the financing.
The components for financing of the stadium are comprised principally of a student fee, bonded debt, commercial paper, and cash. The bonded debt is backed by the student fee, which gives us confidence in our ability to meet our covenants throughout the term of the financing. We provide further security for the financing by having a cash position, and we rely on auxiliary enterprises revenue through commercial paper for $10 million of the project. The backing of the non-student covered portion of the debt comes from numerous components that consist of game guarantees, corporate and private sponsorships, Mean Green Club revenues, facility rental revenue, and ticket and suite sales. And I have details on all of those categories as well if you are curious to hear them.
Thank you. Great. Thank you all very much. Are there any questions from the committee members?
Go ahead.
Dr. Phillips? Not these student fees, but student activity fees, do they cover the tickets for the football, to go to the football game?
Yes, students can attend all athletic events without charge.
Great, thank you.
When I did my homework before I came, this particular project, I know the need. I've been on your campus. I've actually attended some events. I think it's in Fowles Stadium. It's been a long time, and I certainly realize that that was a long time ago, and it was dated when I was participating in some events there. Here's my concern on this, is that, number one, I'm really concerned as to whether or not you can build this project for the amount that you've outlaid here. I'm not questioning whether or not you've done your homework, but I'm really seriously concerned as to whether or not you can truly build this type of facility for $78 million. I'm also concerned about the fact that your seating capacity, in my opinion, could be very well limited. You're one or two winning seasons from having outgrown this facility and hasn't even been built. That's how fast you can get into trouble with regard to the size of the facility. And I'm not proposing that you build a 100,000-seat stadium at this point, but your projection in terms of being able to enlarge this facility up to a capacity of 50,000 is also could very well put you in a bind 10 years from now, if not sooner, with the progress that North Texas State is making, both academically and athletically. You could get yourself, in my opinion, into a situation where you've undersold your facility and not thought big enough, and may very well be back here 10 years from now with an outdated facility just like you are here today. That's a sincere, genuine concern that I have. Not to be critical in terms of how y'all have approached this and how y'all have gone about doing this, but North Texas State's becoming a powerhouse in education in this state, and athletic program is going to grow with your reputation. And so I have some questions as to whether or not, number one, whether or not you can build this facility for what you projected. And I'm not an architect and I'm not an engineer, so I may be speaking out of turn. Number two, I'm seriously concerned as to whether or not, I would much rather have heard that you could expand this facility up to 80 to 90,000 seats if that were necessary 10 years from now. And in my opinion, it very well could be.
Dr. Golden, do you want to have them respond perhaps to the first question?
Yeah. Well, first question is, can you build that for $78 million? Number two, have you thought in depth in terms of just how quickly you could potentially outgrow this facility? And my third question is I'd like to know how much actually private dollars that you have raised to put in this facility. That's my three questions.
In terms of the budget, we have on board a very experienced architectural firm. We have a contractor. Both the architect and the contractor just completed the stadium for the Cowboys, so they are very knowledgeable of how to build a stadium, how to design a stadium. They've worked with our staff, worked with our athletic staff to try to put together a cost-effective program. And we use, not only do we use estimates of the architect, we have a construction manager at risk who runs his own estimates, and we have, during part of this program, utilized a third-party cost estimator. So we're very careful in terms of costs, and critically, quite frankly, we critically look at each of these components to determine how we can build this in a cost-effective manner. We're asking the students to pay a fee. We're outraising funds. Our president is outraising funds. The athletic team is outraising funds. So it is we think our responsibility to produce a facility in a cost-effective manner. We believe that the money that we've proposed will be sufficient to build that stadium. In terms of its growth capacity, we have intentionally charged the contractor with coming up with a program and coming up with a stadium that we can expand without doing a lot of tearing down and reconstruction, one that is expandable as the needs expand. Whether we can take it above the challenges of taking it above 50, if we want to pursue that, our Associate Vice Chancellor for Systems Facility, who is an architect, can respond to that, taking it beyond 50, but we intentionally incorporated into our program the ability to go up to 50,000.
On the cost side, I will add that because we had so few buildings in state that were new construction of facilities, of football stadiums, we did go out and look at national averages, and their cost comes in at about the national average for football stadiums.
The third question was private dollars.
Private dollars. So far, as of today, we have $4.6 million in committed funds on mostly 5-year pledges or less. And I can tell you that with every step along the approval process, we experience an uptick in that activity. So there is a bit of wait and see going on.
I can understand, and I think once this project is approved, you probably will build some momentum in terms of your private fundraising efforts. But I would have liked to have seen that number a little larger, and I'm sure y'all would have too. As you go into this building project, you'd like to see some support from alumni and various other people that can direct some private funds into these projects. Was somebody addressed, and I'm not satisfied with how this is my concern about the 50,000 seat. What is your enrollment in North Texas State right now?
Our enrollment this fall is 36,200.
Yeah, you're just one or two seasons away, winning seasons away from the mean green outgrowing this facility.
Dr. Golden, we would love to have that problem.
You're going to have that problem. You very well could have that problem.
I think
with a couple of winning seasons, this you won't have any room in this new facility.
I believe our athletic director wants to address the expansion.
Thank you very much. In looking around the country and having been in the Southeastern Conference, there are very few stadiums outside of the BCS schools that have a capacity larger than 50,000 seats. In fact, when we pick that number, it exceeds most of the schools, and even some schools like Washington State in the Pac-10. So we truly believe that from a standpoint of involvement, that 50,000 is a strong number for us. Now, if you look at down the road, if you get 50,000 fans, then what really would happen, and we all know this is economics, then the price of ticket goes up. The reality is demands for tickets go up, and you don't want to build a 70,000-seat stadium that has 40,000 people in it. Right now, we have averaged in the past couple of years about 18,000 fans, okay? One of the reasons is because of the facility itself. It does not lend itself to attracting folks. It does not have any luxury amenities. So we do believe that the immediate construction of that will increase that, but we do believe it is going to take us a little time to get to that 30,000 average number. And then at that particular time, we would expand to 50,000. But looking at national averages, national attendance averages, we truly believe if you take the Alabamas, the LSUs, and the Texas out of those numbers, then the 50,000 number is very, very competitive.
I just asked our Associate Vice Chancellor if there's anything inherent in the design that would limit it to 50,000, if that optimism proved true and we needed to expand it. And he said, no, there is nothing inherent in that design that would limit us to that amount.
You know, put A&M on your schedule, you'll fill it up with 50,000 Aggies overnight. I mean, there's that many just within the Metroplex. No, I'm just saying, a lot of it has to do with your schedule.
And I am in full agreement. I would love to have that problem, to have 70,000 people on a regular basis. But I would tell you that if in a special event situation where the other schools do experience, where you have a particular team that comes in your stadium that will have a tremendous draw, it just becomes a sellout. It becomes a situation where it's a ticket that becomes more, hotly contested. And I just think that it's a comfortable number for us. I have big aspirations as far as this program is concerned and have since I've gotten here. And I do believe it will continue to grow. And I think we have kind of set our mark to make that growth. And I'd like to see if you could come and speak to some of our alumni groups to tell us about the potential, because I believe, as you do, that the growth of this institution and the best days of this institution from an athletic standpoint are ahead of it.
I see that there's going to be a lot of potential for North Texas State and the Metroplex. And I just want to make sure that y'all have well thought this through and try to anticipate your needs down the road, so you're not back here 5-10 years from now with an outdated facility. Madam Chairman, I'll relinquish it.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Aren't you glad you brought your whole team here?
Yes.
Okay. Wallace, did you have a question?
I just have a more modest question, and you may not have the answer presently, but have you budgeted within this number the replacement cost for the rug every 7 to 10 years, or is that something that'll fall underneath operations? Because I'm always worried about the inflation of higher education.
Ongoing maintenance.
That's an operational cost for us. And then what is not included in this number are annual operation costs of the stadium, all those things, as well as replacement of scoreboards or turf. And that will be a part of the funding of the annual dollars that are generated from this new stadium, portion that we put into an escrow account that will be used to replace turf as well as scoreboards.
Thank you.
Just two more questions. I think I missed this when Dr. Golden asked. How much of the $30 million you already raised? The private funds?
$4.6 million as of today.
Okay, and so what's the interim financing gap plan to get you from the 4 to the 30 million? Will this be funded internally? Will it be funded externally until that gap can be filled?
It'll be funded internally.
Okay, out of academic proceeds, out of university proceeds, obviously.
Correct.
For now.
And what's the plan as to your capital plan as to how long you think it'll take to secure that $30 million?
The actual financing plan is not reliant on private funding. All of the local
Go ahead.
All of the local funds put into the project will be paid back by the athletics program to the institution through the revenue sources that I detailed, the corporate sponsorships, the game guarantees, the Mean Green Club revenues, the suite sales. And so it's structured in a way to give almost total security to the meeting of the financial obligation, so that all private support just relieves pressure on the obligation.
And then lastly, can you speak to the issue of how you're addressing the critical deferred maintenance?
Yes, we did provide an action plan to the staff. I think they found it satisfactory. There were two comments. One comment was concerned some MEP work, which we've already completed. We completed in January of 2009, January of this year, we completed that work. And then the second one was concerning our piping system from our central plant. We have an energy study underway at this time. It's just wrapping up. We've also budgeted funds in our capital plan this year, next year, to make those improvements and make those corrections. Those are high priority for us, and we provided all of that information to your staff.
Right. The critical deferred maintenance was what was completed in January of '09. It didn't show up in their follow aid, so that has been completed.
Thank you.
And the other two are scheduled.
Okay, great.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to hush in just 1 second, but I want to go on record as saying that I do have some concerns about this project, and I'm not doubting the fact that y'all haven't done your homework. What concerns me is that, and you made me feel a whole lot better about the fact that you've got a facility that may meet your needs as your institution grows and as the support for your athletic program grows, which I fully anticipate happening. But when you have $4.6 million of private funds raised at this point in your project, you've got a problem. And the problem is that you don't have your big boys on board. And that's my opinion. You've got a lot of small donors that are buying into your project, but you still haven't enlisted that big monumental gift that's necessary oftentimes to make these projects successful. And so I'm just giving you my opinion that you've still got some work to do, and I think you realize that. And there's people in the Metroplex that are UNT alumni that are capable of making major gifts to these projects, and I have no way of knowing. I'm not involved in any of that, but I'm just saying from my experiences, you haven't got your heavy hitter on board yet, or your heavy hitters buying into this project, like hopefully you will once you get this project moving along. And you may know who they are, and I'm sure you're cultivating those relationships. And I'm sure y'all have identified who those people are. And you may very well be on the verge of getting them to sign on the dotted line. But I want to encourage y'all to continue to pursue that, and I'm sure you are. I relinquish the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Your points are well taken. Thank you all for being here. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Wallace moves. Second?
Second.
Second. Any further comments or questions? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And go, team, go. Moving on the agenda item, hopefully Fred will come out. Agenda item 4F. F for Fred. Okay. Item number 4F1 is on consent. So we go further down to 4F2, Texas Women's University. And just in time for Fred to come up and
Take the gavel.
get her done. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Mendoza. Great job. All right, we're under 4F, item number 2, since the first one is on consent calendar. And the second project is the Texas Women's University. They're constructing a fitness and recreation center. Dr. Ann Stewart, president with Texas Women's University, is here to provide an overview of this project.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee. We're very excited about this project, and we're excited about it because it fits in not only our academic mission, but also our student affairs mission. Just to say a few quick words, because what you really want to hear is from Mr. Johnson, who's going to talk to you about the project per se. But to remind you that TWU is now about 13,000 students, and 50% of those students are in health-related studies. That means they're going to be your nurses, your OTs, your PTs, your dietitians, your clinical people that are involved in that. And so this project relates to health and wellness, and that's 50% of our population. The other point that I want to make is that our major research areas are in obesity, particularly childhood obesity, in diabetes, and in cancer research. And so again, healthy living and healthy research has to do with this center and what it can provide. We've just completed 10 years of success. We've had a very good decade, and in looking and envisioning the future, we have decided that one of our distinctions or our brands over the next decade will be that we will try to be a destination point for both faculty and students and staff who are interested in being in a university that makes a commitment to a healthy lifestyle. That's carrying all the way from food services to environmental initiatives to signage programs that show you that if you walked up one flight of steps, you would burn this many calories, or you would help your lungs do this much, rather than take that elevator from level 1 to level 2. And this building is both center on the destination of campus, which you're going to see, center to our mission of what we do academically, and center to the future of a distinction and a branding program. It's very important to us. We're excited about it, and we hope that you are excited also. Harold Johnson is here to tell you about the building itself, which of course is what you want to hear.
The TWU Rec Center is, and the question we're specifically trying to answer, I guess, is the cost. It's standard, is what the questions were relating to regarding this project. We see this project as a hybrid, if you will, of the THECB models for athletic and student centers. Now, it's priced out as an athletic facility. It has the components of both a athletic facility with large gymnasium, weight areas, cardio, and so on and so forth, locker rooms, etc. Now, and it also has components from a student center, which are large gathering spaces and multi-purpose spaces for meeting and offices as well. Therefore, based on those two models, as you can see from the slide, it highlights those two areas. And if we average those two areas, we're in the range of the coordinating board's cost estimates. However, there are other extenuating factors. We've also taken a look at this from a construction cost index point of view, from projects that our architect was familiar with and actually designed in the state of Texas. And we've escalated those costs to current year dollars. And as you can see, those projects were completed in 2007 and 2008. And also the costs that are escalated compare favorably to where we are with our cost per square foot in this project. As you can see, some of the things that we have to encounter with our site. Initially, this was the site of the old Red Bud Auditorium, which was torn down a few years ago. And actually, what we have is a nice, clean site that's conveniently located for the students. It's conveniently located to the dorms. It's along a main pedestrian corridor of the campus, and it's also situated along a main traffic artery on campus, which is Bell Avenue. There are very, very large trees on our campus, and we want to preserve those trees as best we can. So some of the assumed cost impacts we have with doing that requires that we do some special type construction to preserve the root systems of the trees. The main obstacle here is that from Bell Avenue to the main pedestrian artery, which is Redbud Lane on the campus, from east to west, is a 15-foot grade differential. This will require that we have a 10-foot concrete retaining wall to accommodate the leveling of that site. That site also requires some other cost assumptions that, in addition to the trees, are the soil conditions in Denton, Texas, which do not lend themselves to slabs on grade. So we needed to design a special slab system for this project as well.
Mr. Johnson, if I could just interrupt a second, are those costs that you're referring to protect the trees and to build the retaining wall, are they contained in your site development line item?
They are in the cost of the project, yes. Yes. All of these costs I'm speaking to now are in the cost of the project.
But in terms of the breakdown of the cost of the project, those two specifics, are they in the site development line item? Or
yes. Okay. They're in that estimate.
Thank you.
As well, we have a really bad stormwater retention problem on campus. 2 years ago, the campus flooded during torrential downpours in March. Since that time, we have addressed through several infrastructure studies, sidewalk circulation and drainage on our campus. This project and the footprint that you can see here, which outlines the site construction limitations of the site, will have to relocate existing utilities that are underground below the main pedestrian corridor, which is Redbud Lane. Electrical duct banks will have to be relocated. Chill water lines, which were installed about 6 years ago with the energy performance contract and so on and so forth, will have to be located to install sanitary sewer lines and things like this associated with this project. The stormwater retention itself is a major concern of ours in that stormwater retention, as you can see the green line that runs out from the site, the stormwater retention area that we're anticipating that would be a significant cost impact to this project. As you can see the grades of that slide that slope downward toward the library, it creates a significant problem for the library and flooding at the library, which is a major investment on campus. And so we're having to address those concerns in this project. The only way we can address those concerns, given the number of large trees that we have on campus, is to entertain the thought of underground retention tanks. This will serve two purposes for us. We are actually pursuing LEED certification on this facility, which would be one of the first state-funded facilities in the state of Texas, rec centers with LEEDs. I think Rice University is pursuing one that should be certified this month. However, you can click it one time. Okay. That small area there shows where we would like to construct a massive underground storage retention tank. That retention tank would accumulate this water and could be discharged at a later date after a major rain event, and what we plan to do is to use that for irrigation as well, which would help us with our environmental issues on campus. And that's pretty much, that's the presentation. The significance of this entire thing is the site infrastructures that we are having to accommodate, including the bell footings that remained underground from the original building that was there. And now we're having to split those, do a design to split those footings on campus.
Members, are there any questions regarding the presentation?
I have a couple of comments, which may be inappropriate, but I'm going to make them anyway. And it's you know, we can't go back and turn the clock back. I've always had a serious question as to whether or not this was a mandate of public education to supply or to build and to support these types of facilities. I personally believe it probably would have been better if we'd have left this to the private sector. There's a lot of private businesses that are in the fitness business, and I've seen this escalate over the years to where one university builds a climbing wall X number of feet tall, and then the next university feels like they got to build one 2 feet higher, and so on and so forth. Now, from looking at your project, I don't think you're involved in that, but I think this is one of the problems is driving up the cost of public education is some of these facilities that we've allowed to go past us, and I'm at a point where I want to start seriously questioning the necessity of some of these projects and just what they're contributing to the mission of student success and higher education, and that's what our focus needs to be. Now, I'm addressing you all, and you all are not the ones that are primarily need to be told this, in my opinion. Y'all are kind of jumping on the bandwagon a little bit late and trying to keep up with the Joneses, so to speak. I think your project is well thought out. I think it's a good project, and I support it. I have nothing else to say.
Mr. Johnson, the underground retention facility, is that part of this budget, this project?
It is.
Today? That's part of the $1.2 million
It is.
storm retention.
And in addition to, there's a line item in the project budget that's called other costs, and that's where we plan to address those issues.
And I want to commend you for breaking out those other costs, and also for your study on similar facility costs in recent years, because you did a great job of anticipating the primary questions that we would have.
Thank you.
And that's very helpful. And in fact, in regard to one of our earlier questions, both the commissioning and the lead design costs are broken out as well. So it's good to get an idea of how that impacts a project of this size. If there are no further questions, Dr. Phillips?
Just
Go
a
ahead.
brief comment. As you know, we look at key measures from the accountability systems of the institutions when we approve projects. And Dr. Stewart, I just wondered if you could say a few words about how you have such a wonderfully high persistent rate among your first-time students.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with how much effort and how much thoughtfulness and dollars you put in those retention programs that you develop. We have about 67% of our students who graduated last spring were first-generation families. And if you have that kind of population, you know that you're going to have to address the front end, because they do not have a legacy of coming to college. They do not have perhaps the support system at the home of what it takes to be successful. And therefore, we make that one of our mission-specific, because first of all, we can't afford to do all that money to recruit them and lose them in that second year, which is the critical year. So we're very pleased with the efforts that we make, our tutoring, our mentoring, our intervention very early. One of the things that, as a university, we do is have an exam in the first 2 weeks of school so that they can get over the shock effect of the fact that they didn't make an A, and therefore send them off to where they need to be so that they can learn how to do better. So we're very aggressive about it.
Well, thank you. It's really commendable.
It really is.
Dr. Phillips, thanks for using the one-page report card for positive reinforcement. For our new members, Dr. Golden and Wallace, you probably have already figured this out, but following each project briefing sheet, that institution's key measures that we take from the accountability system and put on, we kind of cheat, as I said in the orientation. It's front and back, but we call it our one-page report card. So that's
Thank goodness it's color-coded, because I can't read the numbers.
We're going to have to talk about the size of the font in these
Yes,
books.
as time goes on.
If there's no further questions for Dr. Stewart, yeah, I hear you. I don't see you. We have a motion to approve from Elaine. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Phillips. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you so very
Mr.
much.
Johnson. We are going to break for lunch pretty soon, but before we do have lunch, right? Okay. Before we take a half-hour break for lunch, I'm going to exercise chairman's privilege, and we have several rules today, but there are at least 3 of those rules which we cannot take action on today because the public comment period has not expired. However, we have an esteemed guest today, former Vice Chairman, fellow Texas Aggie, newly nominated Chair-elect of the 12th Man Foundation, Neil Adams, is here to speak on behalf of, I believe it's Rule 27.
And 27.
Which is for shorthand known as the ROTC Scholarship. Neil, welcome.
Well, nice to be here, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. I asked Fred if I could take just a moment. You can't vote on this military scholarship appointment bill. Basically what it does, it creates a congressional appointment at the state level for state senators and state reps. And I particularly want to thank Senator Steve Ogden, who carried the bill in the Senate, and State Representative Dan Gaddis, who carried it in the House. It is a bill that passed unanimously in both chambers, 31 votes in the Senate and 150 votes in the House, and it basically is going to create 185 scholarships at $10,000 under the current funding. My hope is this next session that we'll kick that back up to 366 scholarship appointments per year at $15,000 per appointment. Each House member right now gets 1 appointment. Each senator gets 1 appointment. My hope that what passed out of the House is that each House member and each senator would get 2 appointments per year. And so we'll be working on that. And one of the things I wanted to do is I asked Chairman Heldenfels was to have an opportunity to not only thank Senator Ogden and Representative Gaddis, but to congratulate Dennis, you, and Wallace and Heather for your appointment to an incredible board. I spent 6 years in this room serving with some of my colleagues that you're joining, and it is a real joy. But I will tell you the great joy in serving on this board is working with Commissioner Paredes and this incredible staff. And I want to thank, as I went through this session in pushing this bill through the legislature, Commissioner Paredes, Dan Weaver, Lois Hollis, Lisa Moeller, and my good friend, your General Counsel, Bill Franz, were incredible resources to me as we got this new opportunity for young men and women of this state to not only have a quality education, but to serve their country in one of the armed forces as well as either the Texas Air or Air Force National Guard. So I want to personally thank them publicly. And I know you can't vote today, but I'll be back on October the 28th, and then hopefully the full board will consider it at that time. These scholarships will go into place the fall of 2010, so that's here upon us very quickly. But the staff has been incredible in working. I appreciate the opportunity to work with them in developing the rules that will be before you ultimately. But again, congratulations to new members. You're going to enjoy your tour on this. You can really make a difference for Texas by serving on this board, and I'm incredibly indebted to Governor Perry for allowing me that opportunity for 6 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate your remarks, and appreciate your efforts, too. The one thing you didn't say about this bill is that when Dan Gaddis made the effort to get it brought up on the House floor, one of his colleagues said, well, if you'll drop and give us the number of push-ups of your class year.
No, what happened was the Veteran Affairs Committee in the House has a standing rule that if a member lays out a bill, they won't vote on it until the following week. And obviously, we wanted to get this through the legislature as quickly as we could because we knew we'd probably end up in a conference committee, which we did. And Dan, unbeknownst to me and his staff, the member closes the bill out, and he said, Mr. Chairman, who was Frank Court, who also happened to be an Aggie as well, and so is Dan Gaddis. We all know about push-ups at Aggie Land, but those of us that serve in the Corps Cadets. But he took his coat off, turned around to me and handed his coat, and he said, Mr. Chairman, if you'll vote the bill out today, I'll do 25 push-ups. Well, the whole committee stands up, and he's doing, and I've got a picture of this, by the way, and Dan is going to get to see this one again in a publication. He just doesn't know it. But I've been doing this for 30-plus years around the legislature, and I've never seen anybody do 25 push-ups and get a bill voted out of committee, but he did.
So, lest you think it's all, there's no fun and games.
Absolutely.
There's occasionally some humor in the process.
Absolutely. Got to have some. You bet.
Well, sure appreciate your comments, because I think every board member that served on this board would agree with your assessment of Raymond and his staff.
Absolutely.
We've got a pretty marvelous staff.
Appreciate you being here.
You know, he's added a few that we might question, like the one side of the table up there by you, but
The one with the
I needed to take a shot at you, buddy. No, McGregor's a good addition. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Chairman.
Neil. With that, it is 12:08. We'll adjourn until 12:38 for lunch, and then reconvene and finish our business, I hope, by 2:30. For 12:38. The Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy will reconvene at 12:42, and we'll pick up under Agenda Item 4F, Item Number 3, which is a request from the University of Texas at Arlington to reapprove construction of the Engineering Research Complex. John Hall, Vice President for Administration and Campus Operations with the University of Texas at Arlington, is here to provide an overview of the project. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I also have with me this afternoon Bill Poole, who is our Assistant Vice President for Facilities and Campus Operations. Give just a brief overview initially with this first slide of the project. The engineering research, if we could go back one, please. The engineering research complex is really 3 projects in one. It included the expansion of the engineering lab building, which is on this first slide down at the lower left-hand corner. We added a 3rd floor to that building and then renovated floors 1 and 2. This provided about another 28,000 square feet of research space for the College of Engineering. That building, or that aspect of this project, is actually completed. We had the ribbon cutting just before the fall semester got underway. A second aspect of the Engineering Research Complex project is the conversion of Yates Street and First Street to attractive outdoor plazas. And if I could point to the slide up here, this is Yates Street, and as you can see, the new Engineering Research Building actually spans Yates, and it comes down and turns here on First Street. First Street has already been converted to a plaza, and then with the completion of the Engineering Research Building, the rest of the plaza will be completed and will actually go underneath the Engineering Research Building here where it spans what was Yates Street. And then, of course, the third aspect of the project is the actual Engineering Research Building itself. This is a aerial photo that was taken just last month of the Engineering Research Building that's obviously under construction and is slated for substantial completion in January 2011. It will add about 230,000 gross square feet of additional research space that will be used by both the College of Engineering and the College of Science. Now, if we can go to the next slide. This is a breakdown of the funding for the project. Initially, the project was $145 million. And you can see the breakout of the different sources of funds. And then just this August at the UT System Board of Regents meeting, we received approval to increase the total project cost by $10 million. And then we also changed the various sources of funding for the project. Still, the $70.4 million from TRBs, reduced RFS bond proceeds by just approximately $2 million, and then increased the funding from the Permanent University Fund to $62 million. So the total project cost now is $155.7 million. If we go to the next slide, this project, at the time that it was awarded, as you all well know, there was escalating construction costs. And so we were planning to build out about 60% of the project. Through the actual buyout savings, we were able to award some alternates, bid alternates, that are depicted here. Now, we were limited to the number of slides that we could provide to you all today, but the floor plate of the building is pretty much the same on all 5 floors here. with the far right-hand side being the wet labs. It's actually a 4-story building to be used by both College of Engineering and the College of Science. And then the center section here is predominantly office space on all 6 floors in this section of the building. And then the far left-hand side is predominantly lab space for computer science engineering on all 5 floors. The increase in the total project cost of $10 million will allow us to complete all of the building that was planned to be shell space day one. And as an example, this is the 3rd floor. It was all going to be shell space day one, and the $10 million will allow us to completely build out this 3rd floor, allow us to construct this bridge that you see down here in the bottom right-hand corner that actually connects the new engineering research building to our existing engineering lab building on the 3rd floor, as well as other bid alternates that allow us, again, to complete the building in its entirety day one. If we could go to the next slide. I think the project met all of the thresholds established by the coordinating board, with the exception of our class utilization numbers and our class lab utilization numbers. We have provided a report to the coordinating board for how we will address that. It's also laid out here in this slide. Myself and our provost, Don Bobbitt, will be working very closely together to go to a centralized scheduling system to ensure the very high utilization of both our class rooms and our class labs. We're also implementing a new automated facility space inventory management system. And then I'm also pleased to report that our enrollment for the fall is up about 11%, from 25,000 students to over 28,000 students, which obviously will help a great deal with our utilization rates for our classrooms and our class labs. And if we can go to the last slide, this is really the 3 primary tasks that we hope to accomplish with this new automated system. Certainly a streamlining of the building inventory and data collection process to improve the accuracy of the data reported to the coordinating board, determine space occupancy by department type for internal reporting and planning purposes. We actually will be conducting space audits annually, asking all the department chairs and directors, by utilizing this particular system, to update their facility inventory on an annual basis, which should then also enhance the accuracy of the data that we report to the coordinating board. And also the third item, just really allow another tool for folks on the university to better manage the space that's assigned to them. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Members, any questions regarding this proposed project?
I have one. As I understand it, the reason you're coming forward to the board today is because your request for $10 million additional funding to finish out a floor that you hadn't originally proposed to do at this time, and that's the only additional request that you're making at this time, or have I missed something?
Yeah, just to be clear, the $10 million, actually, there's several bid alternates that we plan to award with the $10 million. Bid alternate 2, which is the 5th floor of Building A, which is the northern section of the building, the west end, allows us to complete that section of the 5th floor for computer science, engineering research labs, and faculty offices. It also allows us to construct the pedestrian bridge that I spoke about. Also allows us to complete all of the 3rd floor finish out, as well as bid alternate 8, which is the 5th floor of Building B, which is that center section at the north end for CSE faculty offices.
This was not a part of your original cost projections that you brought to the coordinating board on the first round, is that correct?
That's correct. We knew that we were going to have to shell out a good part of the building. Actually, our goal was to build as large a building as we could day one, and then through buyout savings, award bid alternates, and then at some later date come back and finish the building.
Will the building be completed at this point?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, I imagine that's a result of the change in the market for construction services and materials prices.
Yeah, that
hyperinflation to everybody's looking for work.
That's correct.
And just from the members, our project briefing, John, shows that the project was originally approved in July of '08 for $138.2 million rather than the $145. I'm not sure,
They could have done
There was-
the internal approval up to the 145 and still been within the 10%.
so there was an internal improvement since that 138.
Yeah, the project initially included the new engineering research building, as well as additions and renovations to the engineering lab building, and then we added the Yates and First Street improvements to the project later. So that's the cost difference.
All right. And I appreciate your including the slide expanding on the submittal of your space usage efficiency plan. That's helpful to see how you'll do it. Out of curiosity, or if a lot of that classroom will be used for military sciences in your honors college, are a lot of those students also taking engineering?
I'm sorry, that was just an illustration of what this new system will have the capability of providing. And that's just for illustration purposes only.
So those spaces will be used for some type of additional class utilization outside of the College of Engineering, albeit not necessarily
Yeah, that's just an example of the type of reports that this system will generate that we'll send out to each of the colleges and schools and departments across campus with their spaces highlighted in that fashion, asking them to audit and verify the use of those spaces for their college or school, and we'll just use that as a tool during the annual audit process. That was just for illustration purposes only. This particular project is predominantly all research space, so adding this amount of research space to the campus really will not have any adverse effect on the existing class lab and classroom utilization numbers.
Any other questions from any of the members of the committee?
This question reflects my, where I'm at, my learning curve as a new board member. I'm learning that the PUF fund is available to the University of Houston, University of Texas. My understanding over the years is it's been available to the University of Texas at Austin, but apparently some of these PUF dollars could be diverted to other institutions within the UT system. And obviously, you're getting, over $70 million from that source?
That is correct.
And that decision is made by the Board of Regents of the University of Texas system, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are a few UT institutions that participate in the PUF. There's a few UT institutions that participate in the HEAF. UT Arlington is a PUF institution. The HEAF is the Higher Education Assistance Fund.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
I'd like, at some point, a staff member to give me those institutions that are or who have the availability of utilizing PUF dollars, and those that have the availability of using the HEAF dollars.
No
Just from
problem.
and also within the A&M system, I'd like to know that too, please.
We'll give it to you for all the institutions.
Probably before you leave here. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, the board will entertain a motion to approve the evaluation of this project per the staff's recommendation.
Move to approve.
Have a motion from Elaine. Is there a second? Second from Lynn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, the motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
The fourth project request, the UT Health Science Center at Houston's reapproval of the construction of the Research Park Complex is on the consent calendar. So we will go to the fifth project. And in fact, let's see, the next four projects, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th projects are all Hurricane Ike-related repairs for the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston. And our next presentation will cover all four of those projects, I'm told. Michael Schreiner, Vice President of Business Operations and Facilities with UTMB Galveston, is here to present the overview of all four projects.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Welcome.
For this time. The four projects that you have in front of you are all related to our Ike recovery efforts. As you know, September 13th of 2008, Hurricane Ike hit Galveston. While we had only Category 2 winds, we got Category 4 water, and it affected over 1 million square foot of our campus. From September 8th of '08 until now, we've been busy recovering essential functions of the campus. We've been conducting studies for mitigation. We've been identifying alternative locations for classrooms and functions so that they can continue on with business. And we're happy to say that we've been able to keep our student body intact and completing their academic curriculums. We've had some impact on our research activities. We're certainly not running at 100% of what we were on research. From a clinical perspective, we were able to shift a good amount of our outpatient activities to other clinic sites that we had on the mainland, and we're able to hold those volumes reasonably well. From a inpatient perspective, we did have pretty serious impact to our hospital, John Seeley Hospital, and we're closed for just short of 30 days, but I'm happy to say that we were able to bring the OB program back in October, and delivered 2 babies on that day. We brought back the operating rooms 1st of January, and we brought back the trauma center the 1st of August. Today, we're operating approximately 400 beds in John Seeley Hospital, and as of this morning, had 340 patients for our daily census. Over this last 12 months, we've spent approximately $100 million of FEMA and insurance dollars to clean the campus, de-water, clean, disinfect, deal with content recovery, and to begin the studies for how to build back the campus in a way that would mitigate the damage that we saw in this last storm. So the go-forward plan for us at this point is to look at 4 specific projects that will allow us to repair and rebuild the campus. This first slide indicates that we have the 4 projects totaling $667 million. We've broken the total project into 4 what I would call buckets, and you can see those on the slide. Most of the funding is from FEMA, although there is some insurance and legislative appropriation that I'll give you details on the next slide. In each of the projects, we will have both the repair and mitigation of the damage, and the projects cover multiple buildings. Next slide. This slide gives you an idea of the funding sources for each of the buckets. We basically have $450 million anticipated from FEMA. We have $67 million of private insurance. Those dollars are in hand. And the legislature appropriated $150 million of matching funds, basically the match required by FEMA. That brings us to the $667 million. And we've divided those out based on the scopes of each of the 4 specific projects on this slide. I won't belabor this point too much, but we are dealing with federal dollars through FEMA, and so there are certain processes that we need to go through. I would draw attention to the second box on the left-hand side where we talk about project worksheets. We anticipate that we will have somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 project worksheets from FEMA, and each of those have to be accounted for distinctly within the system as we both perform the work and recover cost. So there's a fair amount of paperwork behind these projects, even more than we would normally subject our projects to. And as the projects move through their flow, they are approved by the FEMA staff, both for design, engineering, and appropriateness in terms of the repair and mitigation. Once those approvals are in place, we can begin the final construction documents and the construction process, and we receive actual reimbursement from FEMA for their share of the project only at the time that we actually begin construction. And then there will be quarterly reports out to the FEMA group on the progress of all of these efforts. The first project is the academic and business buildings. It's basically $162 million of work. Within that are several categories of projects, both housing, student housing, dormitories, some classroom buildings, and we have some historic buildings. I just wanted to take a minute and use the Ashbel Smith building as an example for the kind of work that is involved. Many of you know Ashbel Smith, or Old Red as it's called on the campus. Historic building. It suffered pretty severe damage, about 7 feet of water on its ground floor. And so systems like the fire alarm panels, the electric distribution panels, the air handling system, mechanical systems that were located on those ground floors were completely wiped out. Now, we basically have, because of that, vacated that entire building until we can bring those systems back online. As we bring them online, those functions that were located on the ground floor that I just described are going to need to be relocated in the upper floor of the building. And what that means is we're going to need to identify space on the second floor or third floor, reallocate that space, reassign it to these mechanical and infrastructure type activities, then relocate those people out of the way into some other location. So these becomes domino projects as you talk about raising critical functions from the ground floor up into a building. Typically, there's not empty space for them to move into. We have yet another project within all of this work to relocate people out of the way. So it's a fairly complicated project. We have a lot of people working on it now. The second project is the, go to the next slide, please, healthcare buildings. That represents $271 million of repair effort. Here, the largest impact to our healthcare buildings on the ground floor is that our main hospital, John Seeley Hospital, had the central sterile supply, the kitchen, the blood bank, pharmacy all on the ground floor. So those are fairly expensive units to relocate and require specific adjacencies to our clinical operations. We're working now to identify where those may go, and they're certainly a key part of this particular effort. The infrastructure projects cover all of those systems that are delivered throughout the campus and typically outside of buildings. One of our biggest impacts in the storm was the telecommunication lines that typically run below grade. While the fiber optic systems did very well, the copper systems did not. And floodwaters and copper don't get along too well. So an awful lot of our systems were dependent on older phone lines, the copper systems around the campus. So a good amount of our recovery efforts now is to replace and repair all of those copper connections that run throughout our 120 acres of campus. We have obviously many other systems in the infrastructure, but that's an example of what we will be dealing with in these projects. The research buildings represent about $87 million worth of repair and mitigation activity. We're somewhat fortunate. It's actually one of the smaller amounts of the four, but that's primarily because most of our research labs are already on upper levels of buildings. They tend not to want to be on ground floors from a public access and security standpoint. But what we did have on the ground floor for research was many of the support functions for our animal facilities. So cage washers and rack washers and feed and bedding storage and loading docks that support those research functions were certainly damaged, and we're going to have to deal with that type of work. Our plan moving forward with these projects has been to engage GL Witness Associates. They're a consulting firm that have assisted us in compiling the individual claims and cost estimates on a building-by-building basis and intermediate between the UTMB group and FEMA. We also have brought on a third-party accounting firm, the Mir Fox firm out of Houston, who will make sure that we have an auditable trail of all of these various transactions and purchases so that we meet both the federal and state requirements for the funding that we've received. We are currently in the process of selecting both design teams and construction management teams, ideally one set of teams for each of the four projects that you see here. and we anticipate we'll have them online ready by the end of October. We've also asked the Office of Facilities Planning and Construction from the Austin area to increase their staffing and provide dedicated help to us over these next 2 to 4 years as we complete this work. Schedule for the amounts that you've seen indicate that we've got academic and business work that probably take us about 2 years to complete. Those tend to be fairly simple in terms of their scope. But as we get into the healthcare and research and infrastructure, we believe we've probably got 4 years of work ahead of us to get them substantially complete. That ends my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Members, questions?
Mr. Chairman, as you went through this presentation, which I think is very thorough, I couldn't help from noticing that the bulk of this recovery in terms of finances and restoring the damages done by Ike is coming from the governmental entities as opposed from the private insurance companies.
That's certainly correct.
Why is that?
We had, from the University of Texas system, we had in place a $100 million insurance policy that basically covered all of the University of Texas system properties. So we were able to basically take advantage of that $100 million. We dedicated 67 million of that toward capital improvements and the balance toward operating losses that we suffered during the storm. When you look at the policies from a federal standpoint, FEMA specifically, they require us to utilize insurance dollars first before they apply any FEMA eligibility. So as we've looked at the total amount of damage, $667 million, we've applied the $67 million of insurance proceeds to that total amount and then used the $600 million as our estimated basis with FEMA for their participation. At that point, you get into the FEMA match, and whether it's 25-75 or 90-10, depending on the type of activity, it essentially required both FEMA dollars and some state participation that the legislature authorized.
Are you saying, or is it a fair statement to say that we were perhaps underinsured? Or is there a lesson that we can learn from this experience that might prevent us from having the difficulties perhaps that you're undergoing now at the present time? And because this has been a hard issue to address in terms of restoring the losses that incurred as a result of this hurricane. And the legislature had a time grappling with this and deciding exactly how they were going to address it. And is there anything that we could perhaps do in the future based on where you're sitting that would perhaps make this a little more palatable in the future?
Probably.
Now, I may be putting you on the spot. I'm not intending to.
It's quite all right. It's a very open and active discussion that we have at the UT system on the campuses about this exact thing. The insurance availability for risks such as the UT system is not unlimited. We go out on an annual basis and take bids for property damage, hoping to spread the risk across all of the campuses and thereby get better quotes. When we did this prior to the storm, the $100 million was the feasible amount for us to obtain at the time. We certainly would be and are looking to see if we can increase that dollar amount as we go out in the future. One of the efforts we're making is to work with the various insurance underwriters and to have them visit specific campuses, particularly Galveston is going to be important for them to visit, to see how we have approached mitigating these damages for future losses. And if we can show them that we are taking prudent steps to move critical activities up to upper floors, to provide redundancy in some cases in terms of our operations, we think that will go a long way to allow us to get a better approach, better pricing, and maybe some higher limits on our insurance as we move forward. And that's an activity that we're working on currently with insurance underwriters. I think the general idea from our mitigation study, which we had Walter P. Moore and Associates do. They're an engineering firm out of Houston. We had them come in directly after the storm and provide a mitigation study, and it basically recommended that we move all of our critical functions to elevation 20, which would basically be second floor or above in all the buildings. And the work that you've seen today outlined is meant to accomplish that.
I'd just like to comment that, this same experience, Houston experienced some of these same problems when Allison hit a number of years ago, and out in the audience is Dave Irwin, University of Houston system, that I think you may want to spend some time talking to. It affected the University of Houston as well as the Texas Medical Center, and so a lot of the lessons that we learned, y'all may benefit from by talking to what a lot of the things that you're alluding to is exactly what we had to do. We had underground facilities that were flooded. There were a number of precautions that we put in place to prevent this. Should we have one of these incidents again, that wouldn't be nearly as costly to us because we're much better prepared. And I assume that that's what y'all are moving towards, is not only restoration of these facilities, but also ensuring that should this happen again, that we've prepared ourselves to endure these catastrophes and them not be quite so costly. Is that what you're saying?
That's absolutely the goal. We would not want to miss this opportunity, and I think we have to call it that, to both repair and reduce the go-forward risk.
Are y'all statutory limited by the number or ceiling that you can get as far as risk insurance? I mean, is there statutory law?
No, there's no statute.
So
it's a matter of economies.
Okay, how much you can afford?
Exactly.
Questions from any of the other members?
Just have, I agree with the doctor that it seems like we're grossly uninsured, and I don't know if that is something that's dealt with within each, board of regents for each system, or something else. But is there an opportunity for schools within the system to get their own insurance on top of that? Or, $100 million for the capital involved in the UT system is peanuts.
It is.
It's certainly, as we see in hindsight, it's a pretty minimal amount of insurance to be carrying. Each of the systems, I think, basically works on their own in terms of the insurance, each of the university systems. And so the UT system has a risk management office, and their job is to take a look at the risk for the various campuses, pool those, and go out to the market. And they actually do that on a global basis. They are out knocking on doors across the world to spread that risk out and get the right insurance in place. One of the issues that we're going to be approaching, and I think is true for all campuses, is that the economic feasibility of placing insurance on the risks can be a large number, and at some point it's not feasible, and you have to decide where to cut that insurance portion off and where to do some self-insurance. We had established in the UT system a $50 million pool of dollars available for institutions within the UT system that they could draw on prior to accessing that $100 million. So essentially we had about $150 million available amount to go into an event with. This one certainly took every bit of it.
Yeah, and I have no background in insurance, but it seems to me, obviously, that if you've got a campus that's located where it is, that it probably skews the number quite a bit in terms of its placement to the ocean. And it's just very hard for me to say this is necessarily good money's being spent.
Mm-hmm.
If the same thing can happen again next year. And I mean, things that tend to get wet again.
And I think
I just don't, it doesn't seem to be a particularly good idea. I don't know what the alternative would be, but, I mean, this is 42% of our total consideration today.
A lot of the funding, of course, was these same things were vetted by the legislature when they decided to match the FEMA monies. But one of the other related question I'm going to go ahead and ask is that in the Walter P. Moore mitigation study, the other way to address available and feasible insurance is also in the design of the structures in the envelope. And so I'm curious, without waiting on building code changes, do these budgets include designing structures to withstand greater than required wind forces, for example? Is there some structural mitigation as well as the mitigation of where things are located?
We may have some structural mitigation. The campus is a little over 7 million square feet of buildings, 100 different buildings on the campus. So they each have their own story. Some are 100 years old and were not built to any sort of structural code that we would have today. I would tell you that the last 3 or 4 major buildings that we built on the campus, all of which are research buildings, actually fared the storm very well. We had little or no damage in the Galveston National Lab, in Building 21 or Building 17, which was a $70 million project we finished just before the storm. So we know that there is a way to build in a way that will meet the demands of weather-type events and protect us from flooding within specific buildings. The issue about structural systems comes to some of the older buildings, and at that point, you have to make a decision whether to simply move the functions in that building elsewhere and not utilize that building for a critical function, or in some cases, we may actually recommend demolition if it's a building that maybe meets that criteria. Correct. So I think there are, again, over 100 buildings, and there'll probably be over 100 different approaches. We've asked the Walter P. Moore firm as civil engineers to serve as our internal consultant. They prepared the mitigation study. They've reviewed the structural systems for all of our buildings. And as the individual design firms come on board to do this work that we've talked about today, Walter P. Moore will be there to look over those proposals and assure that what we're getting is a product that's going to mitigate the risk and move all of those critical functions where they need to be, and also deal with some of the structural issues that we're having because of the storm.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have another comment, if you allow me.
Go ahead, Dr. Crowley.
I can see where you guys appear to be doing everything. You can't go back and undo what's already happened, of course, but it appears to me that you're doing everything you possibly can to restore what's been damaged, and then to take the necessary steps, should this occur again, that we minimize the damage to public property. And so I feel good about that part of what you're telling me. But what I still don't feel good about is the fact that, are we going to continue to insure a vast amount of public property that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars with an insurance policy that only covers just a fraction of the total value? Now, what is being done to address that problem? Because I see that as a problem that has created not only one in the legislature, but it's also put on the backs of taxpayers the burden of having to restore a lot of this public property that they've already paid for to build, and now they've got to pay for it to rebuild it. And is there any effort being made on the part of the University of Texas system to place more of that burden in the private sector through increasing their insurance coverage?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Quite frankly, in my mind, it could represent a lack of them assuming the responsibility that they need to assume, making sure that their properties are adequately covered, and then kick it back into the legislature and ask them to cough up the cash.
Again, the answer is yes. We have specific activities meant to improve our insurance position across all of the campuses. Certainly Galveston has a risk of water, and other campuses may have a risk of a tornado, but that should be the advantage of spreading across multiple campuses. But certainly the limit is one that we're working on, and we think that if we can, through the next efforts that we're making with our underwriters begin to tell the story to the insurance underwriters that we have taken the right steps in terms of mitigation and risk avoidance, that we can then convince them to provide higher dollar insurance to us.
At a more affordable price to
Exactly.
the institutions.
Yes.
So y'all are addressing those issues?
Yes, we
as
are.
a system?
Yes, we are.
Michael, I looked for Barry McBee, but apparently he left at lunch, so, for reinforcements, but you could pass the word on that we would be interested in that. But really, the questions Dennis is asking are really
The taxpayers have
not, they're questions for all of the development along the coast and not just UTMB and the Insurance Committee and the House and other bodies have deliberated this at length, and it continues to be a challenge for several institutions, not just UTMB along the coast. If there's no further questions, the Chair would like to entertain a motion regarding the staff's recommendation to approve all 4 of these projects that we've just had presented in one motion.
I so move.
We have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second?
Second from Elaine. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate the presentation.
While the next presenter's coming up, I'm going to hand out an overview, and it gives you a little bit of background about the PUF, the HEAP, and then it lists all the institutions in each of those categories.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ask and they shall provide. The 9th project, which is also a UTMB project, is on the consent calendar regarding John Seeley Hospital modernization. So we will go to the 7th project, which is a request from the University of Texas. I'm sorry. The next project is the 10th project from the University of Houston, which is to reapprove construction of the graduate and professional student housing. Dave Irvin, Associate Vice Chancellor of Plant Operations with the University of Houston, is here to provide an overview.
Thank you, and I appreciate the time today. I'll make it brief, knowing that you have a long agenda. We are asking for reapproval for professional housing Calhoun Lofts. You can go to the next slide. The original project came to this board in 2007. It was a design-build project, and as we worked through the design-build specifications with the design-build team after we had received approval, we discovered that many of the systems that were proposed by the contractor and the architect made sense from a front-end cost standpoint, but did not make sense from a life cycle and a utility cost standpoint. So we made a number of changes. If you can go to the last slide. Next slide, please. We made a number of changes in the project to upgrade the HVAC, the electrical systems, tie it into our central plant, better insulation, those kinds of things that added substantially to the cost of the project, but have tremendous life cycle upside and slash the utility cost to our students to about a quarter of what they would have been had we gone with the original systems. Obviously, those things, like I said, added to the front-end cost, and so the price, the cost for the project went from a little over $96 million to a budget of $107.9 million. I might add the reason that this has not come to you before, because that might be a logical question since the project is almost complete, is while the budget that we're asking for approval from you and that our board approved is $107.9 million, it's an 11% increase. The actual amount that we're going to be spending is less than 10% increase, and so we were under a misconception, our mistake, that we didn't need to bring it because of the fact that we weren't going to be spending more than 10% above your previous approval. But because of the what our board approved, we're asking for your reapproval so that the approval amount from the coordinating board matches the approval amount that our Board of Regents had given. With that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Questions, members?
Move we approve.
We have a motion from Dr. Phillips to approve and a second from Elaine. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. The last project is also a U of H project. Oops, covering up my script. It is the fourth reapproval of the renovation of the M.D. Anderson Library. And, Dave, that's your presentation also.
It is very indeed. The M.D. Anderson Library is a project that, as the chair mentioned, we've come to you several times. It was a project that had a number of shell floors, and then as additional money was raised, we came back to you for reapproval for increased budgets to finish out those shell floors. The project has been finished for a bit of time. It was finished for just slightly over the previously approved budget. Previous approved budget was $49 million. The actual budget was about 1% more than that. Can you go to the slide? The actual budget ended up being $49.6 million. We're asking you for reapproval because the source of funding changed in a fairly major way. And a very quick note of explanation, at the time that this project was being built and being funded, a lot of the funding was coming from people like Ken Lay and Enron Foundations, WorldCom, various folks like that were at the time very active in Houston. Obviously, that funding didn't materialize, and so the university needed to change funding sources on a number of projects and a number of scholarships and so on, including this one. We made those changes and the projects went forward. Unfortunately, we did not receive reapproval for you, and so this is in some ways a housekeeping item. We're asking you to reapprove the actions that we had to take in order to keep the project on track.
Well, since the project was completed in 2005, I'm not sure what we could do or would do if we didn't approve it, but I will note that it looks like that even though you're changing the source of funds, the private gifts and donations, despite the changeover, still came in at $19.4 million, not far below the original.
They did. Our advancement folks did a terrific job of finding other donors. And I should reassure the committee as well that we now have procedures in place, so we won't have this kind of thing in the future. We will be bringing to you in a very prompt way projects for reapproval as we have changes in funding sources. We won't have this kind of delay in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask about that process improvement, so thank you.
You bet.
So David, you're basically reassuring this board that in the future that we won't be seeing these reapprovals year 2, 3, 4 years out. We'll be seeing those.
I am absolutely assuring the board that that's the case. We've implemented a number of procedures, including working with Tom Ehart, our Associate Vice Chancellor for Finance, and all of the financial staff. We've also done a lot of training of both the financial staff and the facility staff so that they're aware of what triggers coordinating board reapproval needs, as well as our own board reapproval needs. And so I have great confidence that we won't be having these kind of problems in the future.
Thank you.
All right, Dave, thank you. Are there any further questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion regarding the MD Anderson final budget.
So moved,
motion from Dennis. Is there a second? Lynn? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you, Dave. We will move on to agenda item 4G, which is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to the proposed mission statement and table of programs for the University of North Texas at Dallas. And McGregor will provide us our background information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members. First of all, I'd like to recognize Dr. John Price, who is here representing the University of North Texas at Dallas. As of this summer, they hit the certification number of 1,000 full-time equivalent students to enable them to move toward independent status from the University of North Texas. And as such, in order to be an independent institution, they need to have both a mission statement and a vision statement. And this is the item you have before you. The staff recommends approval of this item and is encouraged by the steps that North Texas at Dallas is taking to reach independent status.
Thank you, McGregor. Are there any questions from McGregor? I commend whoever drafted this and keeping it at less than half a page. That's always a good sign.
We will endeavor to do so every time from now on.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the staff's recommendation.
I move approval.
We have a motion for approval, a second from Wallace. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
May I just make a comment very quickly?
Sure.
This is an exciting time for Dallas, and under the leadership of Dr. Price, it is very exciting to watch the things that are happening at this institution. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, sir.
Great comment, Brenda. Thanks for bringing that up.
Well, it's just exciting.
And you had your Dallas Chamber of Commerce hat with you. Next agenda item is agenda item 4H. This is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to a request from the University of Texas at Dallas to offer a Master of Science degree and a Doctor of Philosophy degree in biomedical engineering. This will be jointly offered in partnership with UT Arlington and UT Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas. And McGregor, you're going to walk us through that as well.
Yes, sir. This agenda item is for a dual degree, master's and doctoral level in biomedical engineering. This is an excellent example of a partnership that is taking advantage of expertise across multiple institutions with UT Arlington, UT Dallas, and Texas Southwestern Medical Center coming together to share resources, to share lab spaces, to share faculty, and to provide this opportunity for students in Texas, and to also bring about opportunities to improve the level of biomedical engineering students that we have in the state, and to increase the number so that we can show economic development opportunities in this rapidly growing area. This will provide state-of-the-art opportunities for those students in the Metroplex and from statewide, and for that reason the on-site review team recommended approval. The site review team, correct? Thank you. Site review team recommended approval, and the staff recommends approval to the board as well for this joint degree program, these two joint degree programs.
Thanks, McGregor. Any questions or discussion regarding this?
I'd like to reinforce what McGregor said. When I studied this proposal, I was very impressed with the level of collaboration between multiple institutions, and that I would like to simply say from behalf of myself that is the kind of things I like to see happen. Those are the kind of programs I like to see brought before this board, where you have multiple institutions collaborating and utilizing their individual resources to make something happen that perhaps could not happen if you would have acted alone and by yourself. So I don't know who else was involved in making that happen, but I want to compliment you on how this was put together and how it's come together, and congratulate you on putting together a good program.
I think it's a good example of
It's
the kind of programs we'll probably be seeing more
Outstanding.
of. I also like the fact that the estimated 5-year revenues well exceed the estimated 5-year costs, so that's always a good thing.
And the system, the UT system, did put significant dollars in from the PUF fund to get this program off the ground.
Any further questions or discussion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Elaine. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next on the agenda is item 4I, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to a request from Texas Tech University Health Science Center to establish the Abilene campus as a regional academic health center. McGregor?
Thank you very much. Texas Tech University Health Science Center is requesting that the Abilene campus, at which they are presently offering the PharmD degree and the BSN in nursing degree, to be designated as a regional academic health center. Basically, this draws a greater level of attention to the degree programs that are there, and also brings greater attention to the fact that of the presence of Texas Tech University in Abilene and the opportunities for students and the community there. Any new additional degree programs to be offered at that location would still have to come back through the board. They wouldn't be able to just automatically offer everything that they offer in Amarillo there in Abilene, but this does bring greater attention to it and gives greater opportunities for marketing and publication and
With
for
a-
recognition of that entity.
Apparently no material cost to the designation?
No, sir. This is
Probably some
basically,
letterhead.
it's basically like starting a university center or a MITSE, a multi-institution teaching center. It's basically recognizing what's there.
All right. Members, any questions or discussion?
I move to approve.
Motion from Dr. Phillips to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Dr. Golden. appropriate for a health science center. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next on the agenda is item 4J, sub-items 1 and then 2. This is consideration of the staff's recommendation relating to requests to create a multi-institutional teacher center. 4J1 is a request from Collin County Community College, Dallas Baptist University, Texas A&M Commerce, Texas Women's University, UT Dallas, UNT, to create a multi-institutional teaching center in McKinney, Texas. McGregor?
Thank you very much. This is another example of trying to bring access to a local community that may not have the proximity to a full university, and having multiple institutions coming together to work with the local community college, in this case Collin Community College, on establishing degree programs that local students are interested in and that will be able to take locally without having to travel larger distances in order to get to the main campus of a university. In this instance, this is a situation where these institutions have been working together for the better part of a year. I believe Brenda Keel from Collin County Community College District is here, and she and her partners, I've seen Commerce and some of the other institutions represented here as well, have been working together on this, bringing together the resources they needed to ensure that the students are given the opportunities in that community, but that the quality of student services remains at a high level and meets the same standards as they would if they were on the home campus of the various institutions. And so for that reason, the coordinating board staff does recommend approval of this multi-institution teaching centers. On the page 5 of the proposal, the blue pages, you can see the proposed degree programs that will be offered and by which institutions. And I would like to express my appreciation to Collin County Community College for the work that they've done in bringing these institutions together and for making this opportunity possible.
We have representatives from Collin County Community College here with us today. Like
Brenda
stand up
Keel.
and be recognized. I did have one question, but I want to give the other members a chance to ask as well.
Yes.
Welcome and congratulations. The question I've got is, will each of these institutions have, I guess it won't be a compact like the one we saw yesterday, but a standard articulation agreement for 2+2 transfer?
Yes. All the institutions chosen already have a very strong relationship with Collin County Community College, and we're creating a 2+2 agreement for each of the undergraduate programs. There will be graduate programs as well, which, of course, the community college won't be contributing to. So, yes.
And will this be integrated into the counseling when a student enters Collin County Community College?
Yes, we will train our advisors, but we also have space at the Mitzi location for university admissions or advisors to come on campus there. And currently, we have in our partnerships with these universities, we have advisors come on campus and schedule appointments with our students to help in the transfer of the associate's degree into the baccalaureate degrees.
Members, any questions, either for Brenda or McGregor? Lynn?
Can your facilities handle the growth that you projected for 5 years?
We're going to accommodate the growth. It's going to be challenging because I think a lot of the students are going to prefer evening classes, so I think we're going to get busy on the weekend or on the evenings quicker. But our plan is if we do fill the building too quickly, we will diffuse some of the undergraduate programs onto our existing campuses to make it much easier for the student to have start at the associate degree and continue on to the baccalaureate degree within the same campus location.
I see. Thank you.
That's a good question. Of course, this is the kind of growth we need to close the gaps, and yet, there's got to be facilities to handle it. Any other questions or discussion?
I simply want to compliment Collin County on the leadership that they've demonstrated, and to get these various institutions all together on the same page, I would imagine was a challenge. And
I had a great group of people that we worked with.
To have accomplished that, I think probably took a a good bit of diplomatic skills, and I will simply compliment you on that. Looks like you've done a great job.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions or discussion, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
Motion from Lynn, second from Wallace. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 4J2, a request from Alamo Colleges, St. Mary's University, Texas Tech University, Texas State University San Marcos, Wayland Baptist University, Our Lady, I didn't count to see who had the most number of institutions, but we're going for a record here.
Collaboration Award.
Our Lady of the Lake University, Texas A&M San Antonio, UTSA, and the University of Incarnate Word to create a multi-institutional teaching center in North San Antonio. Do we have a representative from Alamo College?
Chancellor Leslie is here.
Chancellor Leslie.
Chancellor, why don't you come on up? And McGregor, you can give us the background, and then...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, similar situation to the Collin County Community College District. Alamo Community College District has worked extensively with the institutions shown below to bring another multi-institution teaching center to Northeast San Antonio. The location will be out on 8300 Pat Booker Road in Live Oak with a 75,000 square foot newly renovated facility. This will bring, as was said previously, greater access for students and families in the community to the east side of San Antonio, which do not have access to the upper level and graduate programs that the west side has enjoyed with UTSA's proximity there. And if there's no objection, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Leslie and let him further speak.
Thank you very much.
Leslie.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce a few other people that are with me.
Please.
Diane Schneider, Federico Saragosa, Lalo Gomez, and Carol Fowbury, Dr. Carol Fowbury. And this is part of the team that's been working with these universities to bring this center together. This is our opportunity to offer more baccalaureate degree to our students. Obviously, this will serve students that have not attended the Alamo colleges, but our primary consideration and partnership with these universities is to continue that movement beyond the community college onto university degrees. The northeast side of our community is merging with Austin. It is growing enormously, substantially, and there's great interest in our expanding our opportunities. The facility that we're making available is a award-winning, beautiful facility that was the primary building for our Northeast Lakeview College, our brand-new college we just opened last year. They've since moved on to a 250-acre campus with 350,000 square feet and 9 beautiful new buildings. So we have the 75,000 square foot building available. It's got all the modern facilities. In fact, Wayland Baptist plans to expand their nursing program in this facility because we have the labs that they need that they actually don't have to the extent that they require on their own primary campus. So this is a wonderful opportunity for us to partner with these other institutions. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, questions?
I have one question,
Dr. Gold?
and not that I object to this at all, I just want to understand it a little better. Your collaboration with various institutions, and as I look over them, I can certainly see how you could be connected with most of them. I don't understand the connection with Texas Tech, and again, not that I object to it, just want to understand how did you incorporate Texas Tech into your collaborating effort?
Texas Tech actually...
What do they bring to the table that y'all need is kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, good question. Texas Tech actually has a presence in central Texas. They have a staff person who's permanently located in that area. They're trying to expand their offerings, and they're recruiting from Central Texas, South Texas, to their primary campus in Lubbock. But they're very interested in offering more programs locally, and so that's how they came to the table. We also expect Sam Houston State University will be joining us as well. They came in a little bit after we had already submitted this proposal, so we had to put them off until we get this done. So we'll probably have one or more additional out of the region universities joining in this effort.
What I'm looking for is the uniqueness of the individual institutions in terms of what they bring to the table.
Well, each has...
Not a duplication of expertise by multiple institutions, but individual institutions that may have outstanding programs in certain areas that can bring into the collaborative effort and to build excellence in student success.
Yeah, each of the universities has its own special emphasis that they are going to be offering at this institution. This has been a very collaborative process, very collegial process, so they're all at the table with us as we have decided which university will offer which program. So there's no competition here, and there's no competition either locally or from a Texas Tech trying to come in and do something else. They're really already in the neighborhood.
The focus, if you look at the list of degrees, the focus is fairly well customized to each institution.
Yes.
Chancellor Leslie, the same question I asked regarding the Collins County effort, and that is that I presume there will be a specific 2+2 articulation agreement for each one of these degree offerings.
Yeah, let me ask Dr. Zaragoza to answer that question. I think he can do a better job than I. By the way, while he's coming up, I want to thank Vanessa Davis and Linda McDonough from the Higher Education Coordinating Board. Those two individuals have just been great working with us, so we want to thank them publicly for their help.
Yes, sir. The intent behind the advising function is to create career pathways that are both not only accessible to students, but that are articulated so that the coursework that they take at the community college level transfers seamlessly into the program component. We're also aligning that to basically the labor market needs. So we're looking at areas such as nursing that are of great demand in the local community.
Seamless is the word I was hoping to hear. That's the challenge, and that's what we're seeing more of. So. Lang?
Not to be outdone by Brenda.
On behalf of the City of San Antonio,
Chancellor, thanks to you and your team for putting this together. As you guys can see, there's private and public institutions as a part of this program. So not only are you crossing system lines with respect to the public system, but you're also bringing in the privates, which is really fantastic. As I understand it, the council will continue looking for ways to collaborate and make sure that there is unique programs and leveraged upon the different institutions' specialties. So I think Dr. Golden can feel good about that council being aggressive in putting those pieces of the puzzle together going forward. But it's an exciting time, too, in San Antonio. And as you can see by the multiple higher education institutions, and then with the Chancellor's vision of bringing them all together, makes it all that more special. So thank you guys for all your work.
Thanks very much, Ms. Mendoza.
Chairman, I echo what Elaine said, and I know that if our former colleague Laurie Bricker were here, she'd brag on you a whole lot, Bruce. So in my own way, let me say that we notice and appreciate all your hard work and innovation.
Thank you. Appreciate that very, very kindly.
Well said. I know Laurie is applauding in Houston somewhere.
I'm sorry that I'm not as good a cheerleader as she is. I really like it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Elaine, and a second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, and Team Alamo in general. Next item on the agenda is item 4K, with two items under that. Consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to request for a certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. Item 1 is a request from the Texas Gulf Institute, a private post-secondary education institution, for a certificate authority to grant degrees in Texas. McGregor?
Thank you very much. Texas Gulf Institute is seeking a certificate of authority to award Bachelor of Science degrees in the areas listed. They have been in Texas as a non-profit corporation since 2007, and the school was founded exclusively for charitable and educational purposes. They received a site review team of 3 individuals to go in and do the review, and from that review, the Certification Advisory Council recommended unanimously that they be granted a certificate of authority. And the Commissioner has endorsed that recommendation and recommends approval of the certificate of authority for Texas Gulf Institute.
So that assumes, since the materials show the recommendation pending, that is something that's
Yes,
happened
sir.
in the last few days.
The Certification Advisory Council met on Friday.
Did you want to add anything, Commissioner?
No, I looked at the...
No sufficient.
No.
Don't give him the microphone, darn it.
I mean, it's either no or it's not.
I haven't said hardly anything.
I know. You look like you are.
Cut him off.
Is there any other discussion or questions, including the Commissioner? If not, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve the Commissioner's recommendation.
I recommend approval.
Second.
Have a motion from Lynn and a second from Dennis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next, under item 4K is number 2, which is a request from Paul Quinn College for certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. Maybe a little more background on this, McGregor?
Yes, sir. Well, as you may know, Paul Quinn College has been in existence since 1872 and is the oldest historically black college in Texas. They unfortunately have faced some issues with accreditation. They're currently accredited, but they were seeking alternatives in the event that they had further questions raised about their accreditation. This is simply the step that they chose to take to ensure that their students would be protected and that they would be able to continue offering degrees and courses leading to degrees in the future. And based upon an on-site evaluation that was conducted by 3 individuals, and based upon their recommendation, the Certification Advisory Council did recommend approval of a certificate of authority to offer these the courses and degrees listed below. And for that reason, the Commissioner also endorsed the offering of the Certificate of Authority to Paul Quinn College. Mr. Antoine Owens, the Chief Operating Officer for Paul Quinn College, is here if there are any questions regarding the request.
Commissioner?
No comment.
Members, are there any questions or discussion?
Recommend approval.
We have a motion for approval from Dr. Phillips, a second. From Ms. Mendoza, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 4L. This is a consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to the appointment of members to the Certification Advisory Council. We're receiving the handout described in my script here. And McGregor, do you need your handout before you?
No, sir. I'm good.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a committee that as we've just seen, has a very important role in that they make recommendations to the Commissioner and to you regarding the approval or non-approval of certificates of authority and certificates of authority. Certificates of authority. To that end, we have 3 vacancies that are coming up at this time, and we would like your approval to fill them with the Commissioner's recommendations of Ms. Tampa Clark, who is the Academic Dean at Jacksonville College, which is a Christian independent coeducational 2-year liberal arts institution. Dr. Perry Moore, who is the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Texas State University San Marcos, and Dr. Doris Price, the Interim Vice President for Student and Enrollment Services for the College of Biblical Studies in Houston. These 3 individuals represent a good cross-section of the state in terms of the types of institutions that we have in the state, and also gives us the expertise of some folks that have been in higher education for a significant amount of time and have the expertise necessary to serve on this committee and make informed judgments regarding certificates of authority. And with that, the Commissioner did recommend approval of these 3 individuals to serve on the CAC.
Well, I know Dr. Moore, and certainly he has plenty of gray hair, but can you tell us, for the benefit of the new members, the size of the...
I'm sorry?
The total size of these advisors?
There are 6 individuals on the committee, so we're replacing half of them. And we do so on a rolling 2-year basis.
All right. Members, any questions or discussion regarding this recommendation?
Move to approve.
We have a motion from Elaine to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Wallace. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 4M, consideration of adopting the staff's recommendation to issue a request for applications for the hospital-based nursing program. Gregor, can you give us background on this?
Certainly. In 2007, the legislature approved a new grant program intended to increase the number of graduates in nursing. This was based upon the concept that hospitals had a lot of existing capacity in which they could be assisting in the clinical development of nurses, and in partnership with existing nursing programs, we could increase the production of nurses. Based upon that, unfortunately, in 2007, there was no money set aside for the program. In 2009, the legislature did appropriate $2.5 million a year, or $5 million for the biennium, to support this program. And actually, in a later agenda item, you will be looking at approving the rules for the hospital-based nursing grant program. But at this point in time, what we're asking with this item is the approval to issue requests for applications from the institutions once the full board has approved the change in rules for the hospital-based grant program. And if we get much farther beyond this, Stacy Silverman will probably need to be drug in here and questioned more thoroughly, which I'm perfectly happy to do because she's sitting right over there. But in any case, we do recommend approval of this, the request for applications.
But the rule change will have to take effect before the grants can actually be...
Correct, and it will all take place contemporaneously at the board meeting in October.
Members, any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I assume that when we say hospital-based training program, that means that this program is actually located in a hospital, or are we training nurses primarily to go into a hospital setting?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
I need a little more clarification in terms of what you mean by hospital-based.
The training is occurring at the hospitals, and I'll have, Stacy can come on up, but the training is based in the hospitals so that there are more...
We can utilize their facilities.
Correct.
And their support.
Correct, and there's not as big of a need for the simulation labs and those type of things that would be necessary in a standalone institutional program. Stacy, anything else to add?
That's correct.
Hey, she briefed me well.
And Stacy, just because you made the trip up here, I'll ask a question.
Sure.
The hospitals share in the cost of these programs, do they not?
Absolutely.
Do you know, just on average, what percentage the hospitals ballpark pick up on these programs?
These are brand-new programs, so we haven't estimated those costs at this point, but the idea is to get the hospitals to contribute an awful lot, including, and also it is a way to partner with communities and to include nurses who are already maybe in the hospital, or other workers who are in the hospital, to become nurses so that they don't have to leave their community. They can stay there, they can continue working, and they can really make it through a program.
And Dr. Golden, in getting back to one of the questions you raised yesterday about the ratio of clinical supervisors, this type of program also allows us to take advantage of the existing nursing resources at the hospitals to serve in those capacities so that we aren't as impacted by that restriction.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Stacy.
Thanks, Stacy.
One of the neat things about this, and I've heard people talking about this, is that LVNs in a certain hospital can complete their degree right there at their workplace. So that's just a wonderful opportunity for a lot of people.
Yeah, it is.
I move approval.
We have a motion for approval from Lynn. Is there a second?
I second.
Second for Dr. Golden. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The next item is our last agenda item, 4N. Of course, there's multiple items under 4N. However, the first four... I didn't even think that was one of my funnier comments. The first four
Nothing with you.
are on the consent calendar. So the first one we'll take up for discussion is item 4N5, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to new Chapter 4, Subchapter N, Sections 4.225 to 4.229 of the Board Rules concerning public access to course information. This is from HB 2504, passed in the recent legislative session. And McGregor, are you leading the charge on these?
Sure. 2504 basically laid out requirements that each course had to have a website on which there was a syllabus, faculty vitae, and potentially the cost of the program or the budget for the department. These were very explicitly laid out in the bill, and the coordinating board did our best. We did our best in terms of our writing to ensure that we did have very specific information so that institutions would understand exactly what we were looking for, but we were limited in terms of how far we could adjust things simply because of the way the statute was written. We did receive a significant number of comments on this piece of legislation. Alan Mickey and Kevin Lemoyne spent significant amounts of time reviewing those and trying to incorporate as many of the recommendations as we could into this without reducing the intent or the experience of what we were looking for from 2504. To that end, the rules that you see do lay out fairly explicitly that this does apply to all institutions, to all courses, and that we do have very specific ideas of what needs to be included at a minimum. If you'll look on page 3 of the rules, you'll see that one of the changes that we made was in the undergraduate classroom course. And when we initially started out, we said that the course was for one or more students. And one of the concerns that was raised in the comments was the fact that that would really potentially hamper the one student in the class if they gave a negative report on their faculty member. Or potentially it would be very easy to identify the student. And so we went with the recommendation was made that the number be set at 10 or more students. We felt like with 5 or more students there would be less likelihood of a student being identified, but still would get into some of those small classes where the institutions do have interest. And we do want to make sure that we do understand this is strictly for the undergraduate courses at this point in time.
McGregor, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? McGregor, are you now addressing the necessary, the bill's mandated requirement that the course itinerary be placed on the web? That's
yes, sir.
One. And two, you appear to be alluding to the fact that the course evaluations on the part of students be placed on the web.
No, sir, and that's the second part of the bill. The way the bill,
to me.
I'm sorry if I did. The bill actually lays out very explicitly that at the present time, the course syllabi and the faculty vitae and budget information needs to be included immediately or within the time frame of the bill, and that a plan needs to be put in place by the institution to post the student evaluations
on the web?
On the web at a later point, or just says a plan needs to be developed. It doesn't give any time frame other than a plan needs to be developed, and it doesn't say once the plan is developed, it has to be done. I think the legislature was laying out the plan for, okay, you need to develop the plan now, and then we'll come back in the next legislative session and look and see where we are at that time.
In other words, you think that the legislature is giving the institutions an opportunity to act on their own, to perhaps begin to implement this part of the statute, and if they don't, they'll come back in the next session and perhaps redefine exactly and more specifically what their expectations are?
I think there's always the opportunity for the legislature to come back and say, okay, you've gone ahead and you've posted the course content, the vitae, the budget, and now you've got the plan in place ready to go to post the course evaluations, and we'd like you to do that at this time. So I think there is the potential for that there. I certainly don't know whether or not that's something that the legislature would pass or not.
If the chairman will allow me, I'd like to editorialize just briefly and hopefully appropriately. I think that there's going to be, and there has been, a considerable amount of resistance, this is how I perceive it, on the part of some of our public institutions to make student evaluations a part of the criteria in terms of how we go about evaluating teacher performance, which again translates to student success. And students know this. Students know pretty much well that in the past it didn't make any difference how they filled these things out. They were basically going to be ignored. And because I've spoken to a lot of these students, and particularly on the part of tenured faculty, they know that they're untouchable. They know that they wear bulletproof vests, and the whole system of post-tenure review, in my opinion, is almost a situation where you got the fox guard and the hen house. And that's just me editorializing. So it may be inappropriate, it may be appropriate, but I serve the public, and I think I deserve the right to express my opinion. And whatever impact that we can have on that as a policymaking board, I don't know. I mean, I'm a rookie here. I don't know what kind of impact we can have, or should we have an impact, or where that should come from the legislature. But I do know that that problem exists, at least from my experiences in the past.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Let me respond to that and suggest a different interpretation. I don't think faculty, I don't know of faculty at any universities who or as a group, I'm not speaking about individual faculty members, but I don't know of any faculty group, whether it's an academic senate or faculty senate, that is opposed to the using of student evaluations and the evaluation of faculty for promotion and advancement. The objection is primarily that it will be the primary tool that's used for evaluating faculty and their teaching performance. And there's an awful lot of research that shows that student evaluations are extremely unreliable in measuring the quality of faculty instruction. I think that's what the situation is. Most universities that I know do use student evaluations in evaluating faculty, but they take that into account with other indicators as well. So in fact, I would go as far as to say is that faculty in most universities, of which I'm aware, are accustomed to having student evaluations count in their performance reviews. Certainly, the universities I've been associated with, that was very much the case, and I dealt with faculty promotion and tenure decisions all the time.
Let me comment on that, if I could, Commissioner. My concern is that the availability of this material to not only to the students but to parents be made available. Students are having to turn to other sources like rateyourprofessor.com on the internet that they're having to actually pay a fee in order to access, so they can make a realistic or at least some assessment in the quality of instruction that they're going to receive for the dollars that they're going to spend. And I simply advocate that we make available to students and parents who are investing their dollars some mechanism of some, maybe it's not as reliable as we'd like for it to be, but there's got to be some formula where we can factor in these assessments where students can make a fair evaluation in terms of what the product that they're purchasing. And that's all I'm saying. And in the past, the general attitude, let me give you an example, is that, and I'm going to refer from time to time to the institutions I've been associated with, that I don't think this is unique simply to the institutions I've been associated with. I would dare say it's probably statewide, if not nationwide, is that students have no way of accessing and going to faculty student evaluations because they're not available. For instance, University of Houston had a policy that those things be placed in the central campus. And it took the Daily Cougar, the newspaper, going over and looking for them. I personally went over there and looked for them myself and asked to see them. And had numerous people saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. I said, well, now, we've got a university policy that states that these are supposed to be readily available to anybody that wants to see them. And I'm a regent, I'd like to see them. And the library people didn't even know where they were. So now, this may not be the place to address that, but I'm just simply saying is that when students realize, or the perception on the part of students are that their assessments and evaluations are meaningless, and the formula that we use to evaluate faculty performance, then the information you get is not going to be reliable, because their perception is that it's not even going to be considered. So when you begin to change the perception on the part of students that this information will be of value, it will be looked at, then you're going to find that the reliability of the information that you gather will begin to improve. But right now, it's not very accurate because the student perception on the part of students is that it doesn't matter how I evaluate this professor because it's going to be tossed aside and no one's ever going to look at it.
Dennis, if I could interrupt just for a moment, I think there are a lot of folks who share your concern and sentiments, and a lot of those folks are in the legislature. I think that perception has existed in the past. It's just my opinion that we're kind of in a period of transition to a new culture. The legislature has recognized and is taking slow incremental steps to catch up to what's already reality, which is things like you mentioned, rateyourprofessor.com. The information is out there, and students are way ahead of the curve and way ahead of me and probably most of us in terms of using that information and that technology. So, universities now, I think, are going to and are recognizing the same thing the legislature does, which is let's get ahead and sort of standardize this student evaluation process and standardize its weighting so that there's some consistency in how it is both presented, available to consumers, and used by the universities in evaluation. This rule will be, one small step in the direction of what you're talking about.
I agree with Mr. Chairman, but also change the perception on the minds of students that their evaluations are meaningful, and that when they do, don't just hand them out and then look at them and throw them in the trash. In other words, give us reliable information, knowing that we're going to use this in assessing not the complete formula, but part of the formula in assessing faculty performance in the classroom, because that needs to be, they need to have some input. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Tell you what, we have one good avenue, which is not necessarily rulemaking authority, but with a student board member in Heather, who will be meeting with the student regents from each of the board systems in December at our conference. This is a subject that you can put on your agenda and bring up to spread that message you're talking about.
Thank you.
And the change that we're achieving. Lynn?
Just to offer a counterpoint, there is another use of student evaluations, and that is the faculty members use them. When I taught, I received the best observation that I ever had that improved my teaching from a student evaluation. So don't forget about that.
I definitely agree.
I thought you were going to brag on your score.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, I'd hate to tell you some of the things they said.
But I agree with Dr. Perez in the sense that the information that studies have shown that this information is not entirely reliable. And there's a reason for it not being reliable, and that's because there's a perception on the part of students that I'm not going to fill it out, or I'm not going to fool with it, or I'm not going to take it serious because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think
we
it's
need
that
to
latter
make them
part,
realize
taking it
that
serious.
it does matter and that it's a meaningful process in which we can use to improve student success.
Commissioner, do you want to add anything before I ask the question?
Because there's so much confusion around this issue at the legislature, I think in the general public about how student evaluations are used. It would be very easy to invite 3 or 4 provosts from different universities and come up and tell us exactly how they use student evaluations in the promotion and tenure process, and why they don't make these student evaluations readily available to other students or the general public.
Any further questions or discussion on this item? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation, the Commissioner's recommendation in item N5, 4N5.
I so moved.
Motion from Lynn and a second from Elaine. All in favor? All opposed, same sign. Item 4N6 was on the consent calendar, so we'll go to item 4N7, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to a new Chapter 5, Subchapter G, Sections 5.120 to 5.122 of the Board Rules concerning strategic planning and grant programs related to emerging research and/or research universities. This is from HB 51. McGregor?
Thank you very much. in HB 51, there was a requirement that institutions in the emerging research and research categories be required to submit a plan for a strategic plan for research and grant activities. And to that end, the coordinating board has put forward these proposed rules for your consideration. We did have one comment just regarding the timing. The first strategic plan for research and grant activities will be due in February? April 1st of 2010. But that from that point forward, the institutions will submit revisions the year after they do their 4-year review for mission statement, table of programs, or mission statement and vision statement. And that way we'll be on a regular cycle, and they'll just submit them regularly, and they will only have to do so every 4 years. And so from that perspective, we feel like this will give the institution sufficient time to get them prepared in the spring, and then be on a 4-year rotational cycle after that.
Okay. Makes sense. Any comments or questions regarding this rule change? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation in item 4N7.
So moved.
Motion from Elaine. Is there a second? Second from Wallace. All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item N8 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to new Chapter 5, Subchapter H, Sections 5.130 to 5.134 of the Board Rules concerning university funding for excellence in specific programs and field incentive grant awards. This also coming from HB 51. McGregor?
This was actually, it started out as a standalone bill and was molded into HB 51 as it became the overarching Tier 1 bill. As a part of this, this program is actually for those institutions that are not in the emerging research category, non-emerging research or research categories, and are to give them an opportunity to build excellence in their existing degree programs by identifying under the first program one degree program that they would like to take to national prominence. And we will invite in a nationally recognized expert or experts who will then establish benchmarks for that one degree program at each institution. And once the institution is able to attain the benchmarks on their way to national prominence, they will be given funding for hitting those individual benchmarks. And the institutions will be identifying these on their own. The benchmarks will be established by the external consultant, and then it will be up to the institution and the coordinating board to evaluate when the institutions meet the significant benchmarks, funding points along the way toward national prominence. As I said, each of the institutions will have the opportunity to do so, and opportunity to identify one degree program. If they change their mind, they can change degree programs along the way. If they choose not to pursue one all the way to national prominence, they may build one up and then switch to another. It's up to them, but the coordinating board then will be reimbursed for the cost of doing the evaluations and bringing in the national expert. The second
from the grant proceeds?
From the grant proceeds.
And the grants?
From the institution, not from the grant proceeds. The institution has to pay for that.
The grant amounts are $1 million for STEM programs and $500,000 for non-STEM?
I don't believe it actually sets
it was not
specific
funded. I realize it was
standard,
not
and it was
funded for
not
this biennium, but they set a standard, as I recall. I didn't see it in the materials.
I'll turn for help from Vanessa.
The bill didn't set the grant amounts. The board of requisition set the grant amounts.
Yeah, she says you guys get to pick the grant amounts.
Well, that obviously will be limited by the amount of funding, but...
Well, and part of the issue that we're going to have to deal with as we move forward is the fact that these benchmarks are going to be set so that an institution is going to have to move significant ways in moving toward excellence. And you're not going to know in what year they're going to hit those benchmarks. And so the level of funding necessary for the grant programs is going to vary year to year, and hence biennium, which makes it even more challenging for you all to be able to make an assessment.
What I recall from the summary of the legislation is that the program, although was authorized but not funded at $26 million, there are 26 non-emerging research institutions. So the implication was there would be available up to $1 million per institution, but that the grant was to be half that for non-STEM submittals. A follow-up to that is, do these rules allow the institutions, the 26 academic institutions that aren't competing for the emerging research funds, to designate those programs this biennium, even though the funding won't be available to the following biennium?
Correct.
So are we on track to encourage designation and then establish benchmarks on a relatively short term?
If you approve these, we certainly are.
We will have, we're working on.
Elaine?
Just a quick question. Is there any way to at least encourage and/or make sure that we have one College of Education, one institution looking at the College of Education for teaching excellence? I mean, is this a way to encourage that shining star?
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Do we have?
We do not have that in here now,
we can do it.
but you could do it.
We can do it.
Obviously, we have the STEM fields covered, and, okay, I like that. But now, I mean, with our focus on teacher preparedness.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Why don't you just say we look favorably on applications from colleges of education?
And I
that's
think the
probably
pertinent
enough to
question
do
is,
it.
would we have the latitude within the legislative language to set the grant amount for said excellence? Vanessa's nodding, so that sounds good.
I think, yeah.
So I think we could encourage that kind of a submittal.
Bribe, pay them off, whatever. Let's get it done.
Well, that's an equivalent to STEM, really. I mean, in
Yes, it
importance.
is.
I think that's what Elaine's driving at.
Yeah.
If we have the latitude to set the grant amount accordingly, then that would not require a change in these proposed rules, would it?
No.
Okay.
HB 51 was what I got to live and breathe and eat.
And before she goes any further, I do want to say publicly how much work it was to keep up with this as it changed on a weekly and then daily basis as we got closer and closer toward the end of session. And Vanessa was the expert and is the expert on this, so
Kind of a bit of an omnibus
let it
bill.
give back to her. Yeah,
Thank you.
ominous is right.
The language of the bill does two things in regards to these programs. First of all, it says that appropriations for the grants cannot be made until the coordinating board certifies that a program is eligible to receive grants. And staff are working on the policy that would be used for collection of nominations, review, et cetera. And we're doing that corresponding with waiting for the rules to be approved. In terms of the amounts, the statute very explicitly states that it is the coordinating board, you guys, that get to set the amount for each of those grants. So it would certainly be well within your purview to say STEM awards, STEM degrees receive one award, College of Educations receive one award, other degrees receive one award. That would be the board's responsibility to set that. The million number that you remember was based on our funding scenarios, which also changed weekly and daily.
Right. Thank you for that background. That is helpful. And, members, this was the component in HB 51 that recognized the fact that with all the discussion about Tier 1 institutions, as well as our two flagship institutions, that we have, pockets and examples of national excellence at our other 26 institutions of higher education, and this is a way to recognize and incentivize and reward those programs. So hopefully we'll get there sooner than later, and the money will be coming in 2011.
Mr. Chairman.
Lynn?
And to add to that, I'd just like to note that this is another one of the great ideas that the Commissioner had a number of years ago that has slowly made its way to fruition. Really appreciate his vision.
Well said.
Sometimes it takes a while to get things done in the legislature.
That's why those characteristics we were talking about are important.
It's like a long, slow ground game where the fullback gets about 3 yards at a time.
But, I think it's great that we have some means to recognize the other institutions that make up the overall components of higher education in Texas. And we can't, we give so much attention to the flagships and emerging research institutions that, sometimes we tend to overlook that there's a lot of other institutions that are doing a tremendous job and educating and helping us close the gap. And so
Exactly. In fact, I used the figure 26, but it's now 29.
Yeah, I also commend the commissioner if this was something, some institutional history that I wasn't aware of, but it's great to see that it's finally come to the top where it belongs.
Mr. Chairman, if there is a way for us to incent a particular program like the College of Engineering, College of Education, then I think we should do that. And I don't know if that requires changes to the
We
rule.
can put it into the policy documents rather than having
Yeah, I would
it
ask
required
staff
to be in the rule.
to take note of that there's, see a consensus around the table, and as we...
I think in lieu of the fact that we want to improve the quality of teachers and the number of teachers, that this is an easy argument to make. And I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, maybe direct the staff to implement some of these changes.
We take note of the direction.
So done. And in order to unleash their creative efforts, we need a motion to approve N8.
Move.
Have a motion from Wallace and a second from Lang. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The next item, N9, is consideration of the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 6, Subchapter D, Section 681 to 683, and a new Section 684 of the Board Rules concerning Texas Hospital-Based Nursing Education Grant Program. However, we will not be voting on Chapter 6, Subchapter D today because the comment period does not end until October 4th, so we will take this up at our quarterly board meeting directly.
Yes, sir.
And therefore, I don't think we need any discussion today.
It's entirely up to you.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's move on to N10 then. N10 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to repeal of Chapter 7, Subchapter A, Section 7.1 to 7.17, and consideration of new proposed Chapter 7, Subchapter A, Section 7.1 to 7.13 of Board Rules concerning degree-granting colleges and universities other than Texas public institutions. McGregor?
Thank you very much. This is an effort to recodify the existing Chapter 7, which deals with all of our certificates of authority and certificates of authorization for institutions that are accredited by recognized accreditors and for those that are not recognized by our board-recognized accreditors. Basically, when we did the revisions initially back in, I guess it was April of 2008, we were combining Chapters 7 and Chapters 12 and adding in some additional new ideas and new concepts, including the alternative certificate of authority and some issues like that. In so doing, we kind of got things lumped together and got it into a form that we could approve, but it wasn't very accessible or readily understandable to folks coming in and looking at our rules. And so what we tried to do was to recodify this and put it into a format that was easy for folks to understand and that lets you look through it and be able to understand that rather than calling 7.7 a certificate of authorization and you having to go in and actually read that section, if you're an institution accredited by a board-recognized accreditor, you know you go right to that section and it applies to you. And the same for institutions not accredited by a board-recognized accreditor. And so we're just simply recodifying this. My intent in this revision was that there not be any fundamental or substantive changes to the intent behind the existing Chapter 7. All I was doing was trying to revise and put this into a more readily understandable and readable format.
So it was basically housekeeping.
Correct. It was very much housekeeping, but you will see that there were some comments made that could lead to some substantive changes, and I have avoided making those based upon the comments, and will probably be coming back to you in the next meeting or two to look at some of those revisions. But I didn't want you all to be worried that there were, how much extra material or changes got snuck in when we're completely revising this. And
Gotcha.
so this is strictly a recodification, and there should not be any substantive changes.
There were 8 comments, and you were able to, it looks like, agree with 2 because they were clarification.
And I have to thank the Career Colleges and Schools of Texas organization for taking the time to review this in its entirety and make suggestions and revisions, and for working with me and with the staff, with Susan Hetzler and Fred White, as we kind of went through this process. They were outstanding and very helpful and very supportive of where we've gotten to with our Chapter 7 rules. So.
And the 6 comments that were more substantive, those will be taken under consideration?
Yes, sir. And I told them that, and I explained, they understood why we were going to refrain from making substantive decisions this meeting.
All right. Any discussion?
Just a quick question. I assume that Bill Franz has chewed this up and spit it out.
David and Bill and I sat down for about 4 hours one afternoon and went through the document, trying to make sure that I hadn't missed anything major or that we hadn't taken out something that should have been left in. And so, yes, ma'am, he has reviewed it since, I believe, as well.
Any other questions? If not...
I would like to have the staff brief me in some form at a later date. I'm not going to ask for the time to be taken now. In terms of what can be done to reduce the number of people that are getting these diplomas that don't mean anything, and particularly when they come to a board of trustees, faculty members come to a board of trustees with a PhD that they got out of the mailbox and expect the Board of Trustees to give them a raise based on that degree. I'd just like to know what can be done at a community college level to ward off those attempts. And could you
Be happy to do so.
Just get with me sometime on that.
Chairman, move to approve, given that staff is going to review the comments and
Okay.
address them at a later date.
Thank you, Elaine. We have a motion. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is item N11, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation related to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter A, Section 9.1 of the Board Rules concerning definitions. This had to be one of the more exciting ones, I'm sure. McGregor?
Well, I could have put it on the consent calendar, but there were substantive changes. But we did add on page 4 the statewide articulated transfer curriculum, which is recognition of the work that we've done with the mechanical engineering compact. And so that was part of the reason why we didn't. But overall, these are simply non-substantive definitional issues that we were trying to clarify so that everyone understood to what we were referring.
We do have I see the statewide articulated transfer curriculum in 27. All
You
right.
see that no comments were posted.
No comments. Any questions or discussion?
You have a definition of is? I'm just kidding.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Have a motion from Elaine, a second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item N12, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter B, Sections 927 and 928 of the Board Rules concerning general provisions. Another scintillating rule change.
Simply adding it to make it reflect the changes. And again, this could have gone on the consent agenda.
All right.
And I will next time.
Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve. Have a motion? Is there a second? Second from Elaine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item N13 is concerning adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter C, Section 953 of the Board Rules, and repeal of Chapter 9, Subchapter C, Section 955, concerning purpose, role, and mission. McGregor, any discussion or any explanation?
No, sir. Simply definitional and revisions.
All right. Any questions or discussions? If none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Lynn and a second from Wallace. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item N14, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter E, Sections 992, 993, and 995 of the Board Rules concerning certificate and associate degree programs. McGregor?
And this is an adjunct to the rules that we changed at the last board meeting to allow for the addition of new associate and certificate degree programs upon certification of the standards outlined in B1A through O of this rule. And if an institution certifies to those standards, then they may be automatically approved after a 30-day comment period is allowed. This also gives us the opportunity to collect information on existing academic associate degree programs at the institutions, and continues our authority, but explicitly by saying that we may review and revise any existing degree programs at any time upon coordinating board action. And so we do recommend approval of these changes. There were no comments on this item, and we do recommend their approval.
Okay. And this was for both community colleges and a certificate and associate degree programs only?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
No comments received. Are there any questions on the committee members? If not,
Move approval?
motion from Lynn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Dennis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item N15 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter F, Sections 9.112 to 9.117 of the Board Rules concerning workforce continuing education courses.
And this is strictly a straightforward change to show career technical workforce continuing education rather than just workforce. And again, it
simply changes the
straightforward.
phrase from workforce to career technical workforce.
Yes, sir.
All right, the new politically correct and accepted terminology.
As shown in numerous places.
If there's no questions about this simple change, the board will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Wallace, second from Elaine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
N16, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter H, Section 9142, and Section 9144 of the Board Rules concerning partnerships between secondary schools and public two-year colleges.
And I apologize for the blue page. It is incorrect. It does not reflect the content on the actual rule. The rule is pretty straightforward and merely changes the name to reflect the revised name of the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act.
Yes, which is really just a change to recognize and honor Carl D. Perkins.
Yes, sir. And so that's the only revision to the rule at this time. And so the agenda item definition is correct. You can use that in approving the rule change, but I didn't want anyone to be misled by the blue page.
Okay. But the white page, the important page.
Yes, sir.
If there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Dennis moves to approve. Lynn seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. N17, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter J, Section 9181 and 9183 of Board Rules, proposed new Chapter 9, Subchapter J, Sections 9.184 to 9.186 of the Board Rules, and repeal of Chapter 9, Subchapter J, Sections 9184 to 9186 of the Board Rules. This concerning academic associate degree programs. McGregor?
And this is actually the academic associate degree program approval process that we are adding. At present, the coordinating board does not even collect academic associate degree program information. It just has not been something that we've gathered data on from the community colleges, and so from this point forward, we will be collecting that information, and it does lay out the same program approval process as we would have for the applied associate degree program in terms of the level of certification or similar. And they just have to meet the conditions listed out in 9.184. The same is for the academic certificates, and provides an opportunity for colleges to award an academic certificate based upon the core curriculum completion, field of study curriculum, or board-approved statewide articulated transfer curriculum, so that the institutions understand that we feel like each of these three components is very important and that they are worthy of offering a certificate in those areas. It also provides an update on TSTC Harlingen, which was authorized in the last legislative session to offer academic associate degree programs, and includes them under this section so that it's clear that they are incorporated in by reference. We do recommend approval.
And no comments were received?
No, sir.
All right. Any questions or discussion on this rule change? Dennis?
Gregory, I'm not familiar with this act of the legislature, but what you're telling me here today is that TSTC Harlingen has now been given the statutory authority to move into academic degree programs?
Yes, sir. They had previously been authorized by the coordinating board to offer the core curriculum, and so in the most recent legislative session, they were authorized to offer academic associate degree programs so long as they were not duplicating in the communities where South Texas College and Texas Southmost, thank you, offered their courses.
They would not be able to offer those courses in the service area
In the
of the community colleges?
Yeah.
In other words, they would not be able to, let's just say you had a community college that was offering an associate degree in, say, English, and TSTC, as long as if they had a campus in that same service area, they can't duplicate that same degree program. Is that correct?
Correct. Shall not unnecessarily duplicate existing degree programs offered in the service areas of Del Mar, South Texas, or Texas Southmost. And they had come to us and sought approval for 7 new degree programs at the academic associate level.
And there's no replication between what they're offering in Harlingen and what's been offered by the community colleges in that same area. Is that correct?
Not unnecessarily, and in speaking with the president of South Texas College, she said that she did not have any complaints about or concerns about them offering these programs.
There is a mechanism if there is a concern about duplication. What are the councils called? The regional?
The higher education regional councils, and those are strictly for lower division and associate degree programs.
So they can bring it before that council, and then whoever disagrees, if they disagree, it can be appealed to this board. So there's a mechanism for that concern. Any other questions or discussion on this rule change?
The difference here is that process actually wouldn't be effective simply because the statute would override the higher education regional councils. And so from this perspective, really this is the last bastion. And that we were not given much authority in terms of denying Harlingen from receiving their degree program.
Now,
so it was very explicit in the bill.
That just explicit to Harlingen in this?
Yes, sir, and that was very specifically intended.
So what you're saying is that this board has the last say-so?
Yes, sir.
If in a dispute that may exist between TSTC and a community college in the same service area?
Correct.
Okay, and that community college would have the right to come before this board and issue a complaint and have us act on it?
Potentially, what I'm saying with respect to TSTC Harlingen, and Bill Franz may be able to help here, is that the way the statute was written for TSTC Harlingen, it was very narrowly defined any reason why the coordinating board could not approve it. And so if there was a reason other than what the legislature said, we could deny the program. We could not deny the program, period. And so the level of flexibility that we had with respect to approving or denying the programs is very limited.
Now it's very limited?
Yes, sir, under the statute. Is that a fair assessment, Bill? Okay.
Any further questions or comments regarding this rule change? If none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion from Lynn and a second from Wallace. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is N18, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter K, Sections 9203 and 9206 of the Board Rules concerning tech prep programs and consortia. McGregor?
As you can see, we're basically going through and revising the goals that are set for the tech prep consortia. These goals were established in coordination with the Tech Prep Consortia. Dr. Susan Hetzler can probably answer any questions that we have if you have further ones. But in putting these in rule, we are making sure that everyone is clear from the get-go what exactly our expectations are of these programs that receive funding from the Perkins Tech Prep Consortia funds that we allocate on an annual basis.
These 9 goals are under 9206, subparagraph B. So if you're interested in those details, that's the key section. Any questions or comments? If none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Have a motion from Elaine.
Second.
Second from either Wallace or Lynn. Take your pick, whoever's taking minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item 9, N19, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to the repeal of Chapter 10, Subchapter A, Sections 10.1 to 10.3, and Subchapter B, Sections 10.1 to 10.24 of the Board Rules concerning institutional effectiveness in public two-year colleges. This is a straight repeal.
Yes, sir.
McGregor.
The goal of this is to incorporate our academic and degree program review process from the community colleges all the way through doctoral programs. And as such, we are going to be replacing the institutional effectiveness measure system with the academic program review system, and we'll be taking a much more in-depth look at the individual degree programs. However, we will continue to be looking at the measures of institutional effectiveness that we have used in terms of our academic program review, so we're not really losing anything, and it is data that we continue to collect. So we will still be able to make these measurements in terms of evaluating the degree programs. We just didn't feel like it needed to be in the rules in this way, and it will be incorporated into our academic program revision.
Any questions or comments? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve N19.
I'll move.
Motion from Dennis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item 4N20 regarding rule changes related to performance incentive funding. We're on the consent calendar, so we'll go to item 21, which is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to Chapter 15, Subchapter A, Sections 15.1, 15.2, and 15.10 of the Board Rules concerning provisions of programs related to the Texas Research Incentive Program, also brought about by HB 51. McGregor?
Actually, I'm going to defer to my good friend Susan Brown.
Susan?
This one's mine. We had a few comments. These are to set up the rules for receiving, institutions to receive their matching funds for the TRIP program, Texas Research Incentive Funds, for the emerging research institutions. We actually met with all of the institutions and had a good meeting. We developed some rules based on that meeting, posted them, and there was some clarification needed. One on the definition of bundling, so the institutions can bundle, and to make sure that for non-cash donations, that the original donation originally must have been for research purposes. We got comments from Tech and from UT System about the bundling with different things and different. One of the things that we also included, which was kind of a surprise to me, was we had not included a way to verify credit card donations in this large of an amount, but apparently they do receive credit card donations.
Those points are important.
They are important. So we
Donate
needed
100,000, you get a lot of points.
Yeah, that's a lot of points to get. So we needed to be able to add that, and so we added some of those sort of things to it.
Okay. Well, it must have been a good meeting because you only got 3 comments, and they're somewhat duplicative, partially duplicative.
Right. Well, and we had forgotten the bundling on the first one, so we had asked them to send us their comments on the bundling.
Didn't mean it had to come all tied up in one blanket or anything.
That's right.
All right. Any questions or discussion?
Just a thought out there, I don't know if this is applicable or not, but as you know, under our research and under Closing the Gaps, we're looking at trying to incent basic research, and I think ACOR, as Lynn knows, has also promoted this idea of getting young professors involved in research and so on. You know, I know this is in an effort to go to Tier 1 status, but do we have any way to incent basic research as well as incorporating young researchers?
Statute does
It's
not
not
give
go
us
there, huh? Okay.
does not
Just
give
a
us that
question.
authority.
Just a
I
question.
can say you do have the opportunity, the next round of the Norman Hackerman program, to suggest that they emphasize that more in those.
Right. And they're doing that. I just thought, hey, this is another.
The
pool of
statute on
dollars
this
coming
one
in.
is very
clear.
Very clear. Down to the day of certification is.
Elaine is voicing a concern that there be some incentive to encourage young faculty members to get involved in research. Is it?
That's correct.
How can we incentivize? How can we, as an agency, provide the incentives to promote that?
Right. And we
I'd
have.
love to see us be able to do that, but I don't know how we can.
Ben, you want to?
We do. We have a major peer review competition for those sorts of grants. It's just a matter of the dollars. Might need to be more.
Yeah.
So more
That's
people
what I
can
thought.
take part.
Yeah, it would be
You know,
nice.
Anyway,
This won't add to the dollars, but
yeah.
Right.
have other opportunities.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Elaine. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next agenda item is N22, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to new Chapter 21, Subchapter T, Sections 21.610 to 21.614 of the Board Rules concerning the vaccination against bacterial meningitis for students approved to reside in on-campus. Would we run out of tape?
No, I just ran out of battery.
Not surprising. Next time you won't bring so many rule changes.
Wearing down. See, be respectful of the board chair, and not putting everything onto the consent agenda.
Vaccination against, nice try. Bacterial meningitis for students who reside in on-campus dorms or other on-campus housing facilities at institutions of higher education. McGregor?
Now you understand why the previous vice chair of the board was giving me a hard time.
Yes, I do.
This was actually, as was indicated, established by House Bill 4189 to try and limit the exposure of students to bacterial meningitis and to require vaccination prior to moving into the dorms for the first time. We did get several comments regarding this, and we were either restricted in terms of the way the statute was written as to how much we could interpret in order to accommodate the response, or we felt like that the need to protect the students was much stronger than the level of notice that the institutions would have to provide to students so that they could get the meningitis vaccine more than 10 days before they move into the dorm. And one of the major concerns that was raised by the UT system was the international students, they might not come to the States outside of the 10 days before moving into a dormitory. And this actually begins January 1 of 2010. And we felt like that because of the fact that they have another 3 months within which to notify incoming students for January 1, that would give them sufficient time to give the students an opportunity to get the vaccine either in their home country or to plan on being in the States for 10 days living outside of the dorms while they waited for the vaccine to take effect. And so with those kind of changes and those kind of issues in mind, we do feel like that this has gotten to the best interpretation of the statute and the intent of the folks authoring it. And for that point, we do recommend approval.
All right. Looks like all the comments all came from University of Texas system.
And I have to express my appreciation, especially to the University of Texas system, for the clear and concise manner that they provided their recommendations and their comments. It was very helpful, and all of the other institutions that provided comments on all of these rules were very helpful to us, and we certainly do encourage folks to comment when we do have rules out there, because, as you can see, we are listening to your comments and your recommendations.
Any questions or discussion, members? Hearing none, the board will entertain a motion to approve this new rule.
Move to approve. Second.
A motion and a second from Wallace and Lane. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I started to ask for discussion a second time. That would have been silly. All those opposed, same sign. Motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, if I may for just a second, I'd like to express my appreciation to all of my staff who worked on rule revisions, especially coming out of the legislative session. We had a whole host of rules, as you can see, that were based upon legislative revisions, and all of my staff did a great job, and Cheryl Rothapal, in terms of getting us all organized and into the book. I appreciate everybody's help in this, because it definitely was a staff effort.
Well put, duly noted and appreciated. And we've got another one, item N23, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to the repeal of Chapter 21, Subchapter J, Sections 21.251 through 263 of the Board Rules, and adoption of Chapter 21, Subchapter J, new Section 21.251 through 262, concerning the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program. And this was a result of HB 2154 in the recent session. It repeals the current sections, proposes new sections that incorporate amendments to Sections 61532 through 6154 of the TEC as mandated, as I said, by House Bill 2154. And this comment period just ended Monday, and there were comments received. McGregor, or no, actually, is Lisa Muller going to?
Dan Weaver.
Dan gets to do this one? Take it away.
We received some fairly exhaustive comments on this, so we'd be happy to walk through them if you'd like. And I think there's if you prefer to defer this until the board meeting in October, we would be happy to do that as well.
Have you had time to respond to the comments?
Well, we've had time to evaluate many of the comments and develop recommendations. We always respond by thanking the person that commented or the organization. There are 2 comments that we're still evaluating.
Given that, I think I would recommend to my fellow committee members that since we're going to have some other rule changes coming directly to the board, that we defer this one.
That sounds excellent to us. Thank you.
Do I need a motion to defer, Susan or McGregor?
I don't think so.
You get consent, you don't need it. Otherwise, it would be helpful.
All right, I see consensus, so we'll defer it. Next item is 4N24, which was on the consent, but now is not. However, I think, is this one of the ones that the comment period is not, comment period will not end until October 11th. So this item will not be eligible for a vote here, but will be at our October board meeting. So we will again defer this item unless there's any specific desire to discuss it. Hearing none, we will move on to 425. N25 is on the consent calendar, which brings us to 4N26. Its comment period does not end until September 28th, so N26 is also not eligible for vote today, but may be voted on at our October board meeting. So this is one of the other ones that will come directly to that board meeting. Unless there's anyone who wants to discuss this, we'll defer it and move on to N27. Same situation. Comment period on N27 does not end until September 28th. This is the ROTC scholarship program rules from HB 3452 that Neil described for us earlier, and we will bring that up for a vote at our October board meeting. And 28 and 29 were on the consent calendar. This concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
About 3 motions to adjourn. All in favor, in a second. All in favor, stand up and leave the table.
I wouldn't take it as a reflection of your leadership.
Not at all.